Welcome, dear listener, to another journey through the unglamorous corridors of history. I'm so glad you've chosen to spend this time with me. Whether you're settling in for the night in Oslo or Melbourne, whether it's 2 in the afternoon in Chicago or 4 in the morning in Tokyo, wherever you are, whatever time it finds you, thank you for being here. If you find these deep explorations of historical reality valuable, I gently encourage you to subscribe to the channel. No pressure, of course, but it does help me continue producing these exhaustively detailed examinations of topics you absolutely won't find in popular media. And if you're listening as you drift towards sleep, well, that's exactly what this content is designed for. Let the details wash over you. There's no test at the end. Tonight, we're examining what might be history's most elegant suicide, the death of the Viking Age. And here's what makes it so darkly fascinating. The Vikings weren't destroyed by a greater enemy. They weren't conquered by superior warriors or devastated by plague or natural disaster. No, the Vikings destroyed themselves methodically and thoroughly through a single fatal mistake that played out over 2.5 centuries. Picture, if you will, a cold September afternoon in 1066. Northern England, a place called Stamford Bridge. The last great Viking king, Harald Hardrode, his name literally means hard ruler, lies dying in the mud, his throat pierced by an English arrow. Around him, 300 ships worth of Norwegian warriors are being slaughtered by an English army they hadn't expected. The water runs red. The Viking Age is bleeding out in a Yorkshire river, and no one there realises they're watching the end of an entire way of life. But Harald's death that afternoon was merely the final symptom of a disease that had been killing Viking culture for generations. The fatal mistake had been made long before, made 1,000 times over, in 1,000 different longhouses and thing councils and Christian baptisms across Scandinavia and beyond. The mistake was this. The Vikings tried to become what they conquered. They chose permanence over mobility. They chose kingdoms over raids. They chose the crown over the ship. And in doing so, they built their own cage, locked themselves inside, and threw away the key. Tonight, we're going to explore, in exhaustive and perhaps exhausting detail, exactly how a culture that terrorized Europe for 3 centuries managed to delete itself from history. How success became poison. How every rational choice led toward extinction. How winning the war meant losing everything that made them Vikings in the first place. So settle in. Get comfortable. Let's examine the long, slow, darkly fascinating suicide of the Viking Empire. When we speak of the Viking Age, we're discussing a remarkably specific period in human history, roughly 793 to 1066 CE. 273 years. About as much time separates us from the American Revolution. In historical terms, a blink. Yet in those 2 3/4 centuries, seafaring warriors from Scandinavia reshaped the map of Europe, established kingdoms from Dublin to Kiev, reached North America 4 centuries before Columbus, and became the terror of every coastline from the Arctic to the Mediterranean. The geographic scope is equally precise. The homeland was Scandinavia, modern Norway, Sweden and Denmark, though these political divisions meant little in the 9th century. What mattered was fjord versus forest, coast versus interior, the complex geography that made maritime culture inevitable. Scandinavia was, and remains, a place where water connects while land divides. Travel by ship was faster, safer, and more reliable than travel by land. The sea was highway, the mountains were walls. From this homeland, Vikings exploded outward in every direction the sea would take them. Westward to the British Isles, where they carved out kingdoms in Northumbria, East Anglia, and Ireland. Southward through the English Channel to Francia, where they besieged Paris and eventually settled Normandy. Through the Mediterranean to Sicily and even Constantinople. Eastward through the Baltic, up the Russian river systems, establishing the Rus territories that would become medieval Russia. Northward to Iceland, Greenland, and briefly North America. At their peak, roughly the late 9th and early 10th centuries, Vikings controlled or threatened a territory spanning from Newfoundland to Baghdad. They served as the Byzantine Emperor's elite guard while simultaneously raiding Byzantine territories. They minted coins in Dublin and York. They held the kings of England, France and Ireland hostage to their demands. They were, without exaggeration, one of the dominant military and economic forces in the medieval world. And yet, by 1066, it was over. Finished. Done. The last great invasion of England ended in catastrophic failure at Stamford Bridge. Within a generation, no one was launching Viking raids anymore. The longships rotted in their boathouses. The skills died with the last masters. Viking became a historical category rather than a present danger. So the question that should haunt us, the question we'll spend the next several hours exploring, is this. Why did such dominance last only 2 or 3 generations? What happened? To understand what Vikings lost, we must first understand what made them formidable in the first place. And that requires us to think not about Viking violence or Viking courage. Every culture has violent, courageous warriors, but about Viking advantages. What asymmetric edge did Scandinavian raiders possess that allowed them to dominate militarily superior civilizations? The first answer is technological, the longship. We'll explore this in detail later, but the essential point is that Viking ships could cross oceans, navigate rivers, and beach on any shoreline. They were fast enough to outrun pursuit, shallow drafted enough to penetrate inland via river systems, and sturdy enough to survive the North Atlantic. No other culture in the 9th century possessed this combination of capabilities. The longship made Vikings ungovernable, because it made them unpredictable and unstoppable. The second answer is economic. Vikings operated outside the settled agricultural economy that constrained European kingdoms. They didn't need to defend territory or harvest crops or maintain supply lines. They were economically predatory, living off plunder and tribute. This made them flexible in ways settled kingdoms couldn't match. A Viking force could appear, attack, vanish, and reappear 100 miles away before defenders could mobilise. They played by different rules because they lived by different economics. The third answer is cultural. Decentralisation. Viking culture lacked the rigid hierarchy of feudal Europe. The thing system, local assemblies where free men made decisions collectively, meant no single king could be killed to end the Viking threat. There was no capital to sack, no central authority to negotiate with. Vikings were hydra-headed. Cut off one raiding party, 10 more would form. This frustrated every European attempt at containment. The fourth answer is psychological. Vikings had cultivated a warrior culture that celebrated death in battle as the highest achievement. Valhalla awaited the brave, shame awaited the coward. This made them nearly fearless in combat, willing to accept casualties that would break other forces. When your religion promises eternal feasting for dying gloriously, you charge into situations others flee from. These were the advantages. Now hold them in your mind as we proceed, because we're going to watch Vikings systematically surrender every single one of them. The fatal mistake that destroyed the Viking Empire was, at its core, a failure of imagination. Vikings couldn't imagine that the very things they were trying to become, Christian kingdoms with settled territories, feudal hierarchies, and political legitimacy, were incompatible with the attributes that had made them powerful in the first place. They abandoned maritime superiority for territorial kingdoms. They built fortresses and cities and farms, creating fixed assets that could be besieged, burned, and taxed. The moment Vikings had real estate, they had vulnerabilities. The moment they had addresses, they had weaknesses. They converted to Christianity, not gradually through genuine spiritual transformation, but rapidly for political convenience. Christian baptism opened trade routes and diplomatic recognition. But Christianity also eroded the cultural cohesion that had made Viking raiding parties effective. Christian Vikings couldn't morally justify raiding other Christians. The religious framework that had sanctioned violence and ambition was replaced by one that preached humility and peace. Faith as conquest worked both ways. Vikings conquered Europe, Christianity conquered Vikings, and Christianity's victory was more permanent. They adopted feudalism, copying the very political system they had exploited in others. Centralised monarchies, hereditary nobility, oaths of fealty binding warriors to lords and lords to kings. This gave Vikings control over settled territories, but it also destroyed their flexibility. A feudal Viking lord couldn't simply sail away raiding when the mood struck. He had obligations, vassals, lands to defend. The thing system, which had made Vikings ungovernable, gave way to kingship, which made them controllable. They settled down. They married into conquered populations. They raised children who spoke English, French, Irish, Slavic languages. They let the shipbuilding knowledge die. They stopped training every boy as a warrior. They became farmers, merchants, monks. They became, in other words, Europeans. And by 1066, when Harold Hardrada attempted one last grand Viking invasion of England, he wasn't leading Vikings anymore. Not really. He was leading a Norwegian feudal army using outdated tactics against an England that had learned every lesson Vikings had taught them. His defeat was inevitable. It had been inevitable for a century. The Viking Age didn't end at Stamford Bridge. It had been ending for generations. Stamford Bridge was just the funeral. This video is going to examine that long funeral in exhaustive detail. We're going to look at how ships created empire and how abandoning ships ended it, how wealth corrupted the raiding culture, how Christianity deleted the moral framework for Viking lifestyle, how settlements became traps, how language and culture dissolved through intermarriage, how Vikings became what they conquered, which meant they were no longer Vikings at all. It's the story of a culture committing suicide, one reasonable decision at a time. Each choice made sense in isolation. Collectively, they were fatal. So let's begin. Chapter 1. The Ship That Made an Empire. The longship was not just a Viking technological achievement. It was the Viking technological achievement. Everything else flowed from this. The raids, the settlements, the terror, the empire itself. All of it was possible because of a specific configuration of wood and iron that no other culture had managed to create. Consider the specifications because the details matter. A typical Viking longship was clinker-built, meaning overlapping planks riveted together rather than edge to edge. This created flexibility. The hull could twist and bend with ocean waves rather than fighting them. In rough seas, a longship moved like a living thing, flowing over water that would have shattered the rigid hull designs of Mediterranean galleys. You could cross the North Atlantic in a longship. People did, repeatedly, in vessels that would look terrifyingly small to modern eyes. The draft, the depth of hull below the waterline, was typically 3 feet or less. 3 feet. This meant longships could navigate rivers that conventional warships couldn't approach. The Seine, the Thames, the Rhine. Vikings rode up them all, penetrating 100 miles inland before anyone knew they'd landed. They could beach their ships on any shoreline, no harbour required. Pull up on a beach, step ashore, attack whatever was inland, return to the ship, push off. Mobility as weapon. And they were fast. With a favourable wind and a good crew, a longship could make 8 to 10 knots, roughly 11 miles per hour. That doesn't sound impressive until you realise this is faster than any military could march, faster than any messenger could ride over rough terrain, and fast enough to outrun any pursuit. Vikings could strike and vanish before defence could be organised. By the time word of a raid reached a regional lord, the raiders were 50 miles away hitting a different target. But here's the dark reveal, the element that made the longship not just effective but transformative. This technology made Vikings ungovernable. European kingdoms were built around controlling territory, defending fixed positions, maintaining fortresses and supply lines. Viking longships bypassed all of it. Fortresses were irrelevant if you could sail past them. Armies were useless if you could avoid them. Border defences meant nothing to people who arrived by sea and departed by river. The longship was a weapons system that invalidated every defensive strategy European kingdoms possessed. It was asymmetric warfare perfected in wood and sailcloth. It made a relatively small population from a resource-poor region capable of holding the wealthiest civilizations in Europe hostage. Not through superior numbers or industrial capacity or economic might, but through mobility. They could go anywhere. You couldn't stop them. That was the entire strategic calculus. Imagine being a coastal abbot in 790 CE, watching 30 longships beach themselves outside your monastery. You're 100 miles from the nearest lord who could send troops. The ships are already landed. Warriors are already running toward your gates. By sunset, they'll be gone. There's nothing you could have done. Nothing you can do, nothing your king can do. The technology itself has made your civilization's defensive capabilities obsolete. This is what Thorstein understood, and we should pause to consider him because he represents thousands of unnamed shipwrights who built the empire with their hands. Thorstein, we don't know his real name, but saga sources mention dozens of master builders. Could read wood grain the way you read this text. He knew which oak trees bent with the wind and which stood rigid. He knew rigid trees made planks that cracked, bending trees made planks that flexed. He knew how to shape, strake so they overlapped perfectly, how to rivet them so they held but still allowed movement, how to seal them with tarred animal hair so they stayed watertight through Atlantic storms. Thorstein built vessels that would cross oceans to burn cities he would never see. He was, in a very real sense, one of the most influential military engineers in medieval history. The ships he built in a Norwegian fjord would dictate political outcomes in England, France and Ireland. His craftsmanship created strategic opportunities for generations, and when men like Thorstein died without training sufficient apprentices, when the knowledge died with them, the empire's clock started ticking. Because here's the reflection we need to carry forward. Mobility equals power. The Vikings understood this instinctively. Their entire culture was organised around the proposition that the ability to go anywhere, strike anywhere, and vanish anywhere was worth more than land, gold, or castles. The ship was freedom. The ship was power. The ship was life itself. The fatal mistake was choosing to give that up, to sit still in stone halls when they had once moved like storms across the sea. We'll see how that choice unfolded, but remember this chapter when we do. Remember that Vikings once possessed a technology that made them ungovernable, and they chose to abandon it. They chose walls over waves, and walls, it turns out, can be surrounded. But we're getting ahead of ourselves. First, we need to understand what Vikings found when they started raiding, and what that wealth did to them. Chapter 2. The wealth that poisoned everything. The first Viking raids, the famous ones from the 790s that announced the age, Lindisfarne in 793, Iona, Jarrow. These were smash-and-grab operations. Monasteries were tempting targets because they concentrated wealth. Silver altarpieces, golden reliquaries, jewelled manuscripts, and slaves in the form of monks and nuns who could be ransomed or sold. A good monastery raid could net a warband enough portable wealth to transform their status back home. Silver was power. Silver bought ships, weapons, loyalty, wives. Silver made jarls from farmers. But within a few decades, the economics of Viking raiding underwent a subtle and poisonous transformation. Instead of plundering wealth, Vikings began extracting tribute. This transition is documented beautifully in the Frankish annals and Anglo-Saxon chronicles. By the 840s and 850s, Viking forces were being paid to go away. The technical term was Danegeld, though it applied to payments made to all Vikings, not just Danes. The amounts were staggering. In 845, Charles the Bald paid £7,000 of silver to Vikings besieging Paris. That's roughly 2.3 million in modern currency, but the historical purchasing power was much greater. In 991, Ethelred the Unready paid £10,000 of silver to make a Viking fleet depart England. By 1012, he was paying £48,000, this from a relatively small island, kingdom. What made this so efficient from a Viking perspective was the predictability. Raiding was risky. You might attack a monastery and find it already plundered. You might lose men to defenders. You might sail into a trap. But Danegeld was guaranteed income. Show up with enough ships, threaten enough violence, and silver would flow like a river. No battle necessary, no risk. Just sit off the coast and collect payment like a landlord collecting rent. And here's the dark reveal that should chill you. This predictable income corrupted the raiding culture at its foundation. Why would you risk death in a raid when you could extract annual payments? Why would you develop the next generation of fearless warriors when you could develop the next generation of accountants to tally tribute? Let me be specific about the corruption mechanism. Traditional Viking raiding required certain cultural attributes: courage bordering on recklessness, comfort with violence, tolerance for uncertainty, and a worldview that valued reputation over life itself. These attributes had to be cultivated from childhood. They were expensive to maintain, economically, psychologically, culturally expensive. Danegeld required different attributes: patience, bookkeeping, the ability to make credible threats, and enough organisational capacity to mobilise forces large enough to scare kingdoms. These attributes were valuable certainly, but they weren't Viking attributes. They were the attributes of medieval tax collectors. Vikings were becoming Viking-themed extortionists. Consider Jarl Guthrum, who serves as a perfect case study in this corruption. In 878, after years of warfare in England, Guthrum accepted baptism as part of a peace treaty with Alfred the Great. He settled in East Anglia with his followers, becoming a Christian king. But he also maintained the credible threat of violence. He still had ships, still had warriors who remembered how to raid. And year after year, he collected payments. Not as plunder, but as negotiated tribute. He'd become a protection racket, baptized and legitimized. The poison was this: it worked. Guthrum died wealthy, powerful and peaceful. He'd transformed Viking violence into sustainable income. He'd found a way to monetize the threat of raiding without actually raiding. From an individual perspective, he'd won. He'd optimized. He'd gotten everything Viking culture promised: wealth, status, power, without the inconvenient risk of dying in battle. But from a cultural perspective, Guthrum represented extinction. He'd shown that you could get Viking rewards without Viking behaviour. That lesson spread. Within a generation, ambitious young Scandinavian men weren't asking, "How can I die gloriously in battle?" They were asking, "How can I get rich through negotiated tribute?" The culture was selecting for different traits, rewarding different behaviours, and producing different outcomes. The mathematics were brutal. Traditional raiding produced heroes and corpses. Danegeld produced wealthy administrators. Cultures produce what they reward, and Danegeld changed what Viking culture rewarded. By the mid-10th century, the most successful Vikings were the ones who'd learned to monetize the threat without executing it, who'd learned to extract tribute without burning bridges, quite literally, because you can't extract annual tribute from kingdoms you've destroyed. This created something perverse. Vikings became economically dependent on the stability of the kingdoms they threatened. They became stakeholders in European political order. A Viking force threatening Paris needed Paris to exist, needed it to be wealthy, needed it to have the capacity to pay. Destroy Paris, and you get one huge payday. Threaten Paris annually, and you get a pension. So Vikings stopped destroying. They started managing. They became partners in a protection economy. and the moment they became economically dependent on the stability of their victims, they'd stopped being Vikings in any meaningful sense. They were predators who'd learned to farm their prey, which meant they'd stopped being predators at all. They were farmers now, just farming a different kind of resource. Think about this the next time you optimise for efficiency over excellence. The Vikings found a way to get rewards without risk, wealth without warfare, status without sacrifice. It worked brilliantly for one generation. It killed them over 3. But Dungeld wasn't the only poison in the system. Christianity was already spreading through Viking settlements, and Christianity brought its own fatal transformation. Chapter 3. The Day They Chose. Christ over Odin. Christianization of the Viking world didn't happen through spiritual awakening or mass conversion experiences. It happened through cold political calculation, one baptism at a time, for trade routes and diplomatic recognition and marriage alliances, and it killed Viking culture more thoroughly than any army could have. Let's be precise about the timeline because the speed matters. In 793, Vikings sacked Lindisfarne Monastery, killing monks and burning churches in what Christian chroniclers described as demonic paganism. By 960, just 167 years later, Harald Bluetooth, King of Denmark, erected a runestone declaring he had made the Danes Christian. That's 6 generations. 6 generations from gleefully burning churches to officially adopting the church's religion. In cultural evolutionary terms, that's astonishingly fast. But speed isn't the interesting part. What's interesting is why Vikings converted and what they thought they were getting versus what they actually got. The tactical advantages of conversion were obvious. Christian kingdoms traded preferentially with other Christian kingdoms. Diplomatic negotiations were easier when you shared religious framework. Marriage alliances were possible. Christian princesses wouldn't marry pagan raiders, but they could marry Christian kings. Harald Bluetooth's conversion opened Norway to European trade networks, diplomatic recognition, and political legitimacy. From his perspective, he'd gained everything and sacrificed nothing. He was still king, still powerful, just with a new set of gods who seemed to work better for international relations. What Harald and thousands of converted Vikings didn't understand was that Christianity and Viking culture were fundamentally incompatible at the level of basic moral framework. The old gods, Odin, Thor, Freya, sanctioned violence. Odin was the god of war, death, poetry, and wisdom. He welcomed slain warriors to Valhalla, where they would feast and fight forever. The entire religious structure reinforced warrior culture. Death in battle was glorious, cowardice was shameful, violence in service of reputation was sacred. Viking raids weren't just economically profitable, they were religiously meaningful. You raided to prove worth to gods who valued courage and cunning. Christ preached turning the other cheek, loving your enemies, rendering unto Caesar. The Beatitudes blessed the meek, the merciful, the peacemakers. Christian salvation came through humility, charity, and suffering, not through bold deeds and glorious death. The two worldviews were incompatible at every level, and here's the dark reveal that should haunt you. Christian Vikings couldn't justify raiding Christian lands. Once you accept that your victims are fellow Christians, that their priests represent the same God, that their churches are sacred to the same divine presence you've pledged to serve, the entire moral framework for Viking raiding evaporates. You can't sack monasteries dedicated to Christ when you've been baptized in Christ's name, not without profound cognitive dissonance. This wasn't theoretical, we see it in the historical record. After Christianization, Viking raids against Christian targets dropped dramatically. The raids that continued were increasingly focused on pagan territories, the Baltic, Slavic lands, areas not yet Christianized. It's as if someone had flipped a switch in the Viking mind. Christian targets went from acceptable to forbidden almost overnight. The psychological devastation was generational. Imagine being a young Norwegian warrior in the year 1000, sitting in a Thing council, listening to Christian priests. Your grandfather was a legendary raider who burned churches from Dublin to Dorestad. Your father tells stories of his courage, his cunning, his death in glorious battle. The sagas sing his deeds, and now the priest is explaining that your grandfather is burning in hell, that every deed your culture celebrated was sin, that the courage your people valued was empty pride, that the glory your grandfather achieved was worthless in the eyes of the true God, that the very attributes your culture cultivated, violence, ambition, the pursuit of fame, these damn you eternally. This is inherited shame, weaponized. This is a culture being taught to hate its own past. The archaeological evidence captures this perfectly. Early Viking graves, 9th century, are filled with weapons, swords, axes, shields, sometimes entire ships. The message is clear. This warrior is buried with the tools of his identity, ready to fight in the afterlife. But by the early 11th century, weapon graves have largely disappeared, replaced by Christian burials. Bodies oriented east-west, crosses instead of Thor's hammers, Bibles instead of battle axes. The physical culture of death shifted completely in a century. What this meant was that the cultural transmission mechanism broke down. Warrior cultures require that each generation train the next, that fathers teach sons not just skills but values, not just tactics but worldview. When Christian fathers started teaching sons that grandfathers' greatest achievements were sins, the transmission stopped. The chain broke. You can't cultivate Viking warriors when you're raising Christian farmers. Consider the mechanism carefully. A Norwegian mother in 1010 married to a converted chieftain, teaching her young son his prayers. She tells him about his grandfather, not with pride, but with sorrow. He was a brave man, she says, but he died unsaved. He burns now because he didn't know Christ. The child grows up with this knowledge. His ancestor is being tortured eternally for the deeds the culture had celebrated. What does that child become? Does he aspire to be like his grandfather? Does he cultivate the rage and courage that made his grandfather legendary? Or does he cultivate the humility and obedience that might save him from his grandfather's fate? The answer is obvious, and the answer killed Viking culture from the inside, one nursery at a time. This is how cultures die without armies or plagues. They get talked out of themselves. They accept new stories about who they are, where they came from, and what matters. And those new stories produce new people who can't even imagine living the old ways. When Vikings accepted Christian guilt, they accepted their own obsolescence. Faith conquered where armies had failed. The cross defeated the longship. And unlike military conquest, this conquest was irreversible. You can overthrow foreign rulers, but you can't overthrow ideas that live in your own children's minds. There's a bitter irony here. Vikings converted to Christianity for tactical advantage. Trade, diplomacy, legitimacy. They thought they were using Christianity. In reality, Christianity was using them, converting them into something that could no longer threaten Christian Europe. The faith they adopted to strengthen themselves was the poison that killed them. So the next time you hear about Vikings converting to Christianity, remember it wasn't a spiritual awakening. It was a culture choosing extinction, one baptism at a time, without realizing what they were choosing. But conversion alone wouldn't have been fatal if Vikings had maintained their mobility. Unfortunately, they were simultaneously making another fatal choice. They were settling down. Chapter 4. The Settlement Trap. The first Viking settlements outside Scandinavia must have seemed like brilliant strategic innovations. Establish permanent bases in conquered territory. Store provisions locally instead of shipping everything from Scandinavia. Plant crops so you're not dependent on supply lines. Build fortifications so you have defensive positions. Create mixed communities of warriors and farmers so you're self-sufficient. On paper, this made perfect sense. In practice, it was a trap that would snap shut over 3 generations. The earlier settlements followed a consistent pattern. Vikings would conquer a region, establish a fortified town or take over an existing one, and create what historians call a long fort. a ship fort where vessels could be drawn up safely inland, protected by earthwork walls. Dublin, established around 841, became the model. York fell to Vikings in 866. The Danelaw, the region of England under Viking control, developed networks of settlements across Northumbria, East Anglia, and parts of Mercia. Normandy was granted to Viking leader Rollo in 911. Iceland was settled beginning in the 870s. Greenland followed in the 980s. By the mid-10th century, Vikings had settlements from Newfoundland to Russia. The immediate advantages were real. A Viking force operating from York could raid throughout England without returning to Scandinavia between seasons. They could shelter during winter, repair ships locally, recruit from local populations, accumulate and store wealth. Settlements created force projection and strategic depth. From a military perspective, they were improvements. But here's the dark reveal that should chill anyone who thinks about strategy. Settlements created hostages to fortune. A mobile raiding party that lived on ships could vanish. If a region became too dangerous, they sailed away. If food ran short, they moved to where food was plentiful. If enemies gathered against them, they dispersed and regrouped elsewhere. They were anti-fragile. Threats made them adapt, not break. Settlers were different. Settlers had crops in fields that could be burned, houses that could be torched, stored grain that could be taken or destroyed, families, women and children who couldn't fight, couldn't flee, couldn't be quickly relocated. A mobile raiding party was all warriors, all men, all expendable in the sense that they'd chosen risk. A settlement was a community, which meant it contained non-combatants, which meant it could be held hostage. Let me make this concrete. A Viking raiding party in 820 consisted of perhaps 100 and 200 men in 3 or 4 ships. If English forces threatened them, they got in their ships and left. English armies couldn't catch them. Even if one ship was destroyed, the others escaped. There was no fixed target to attack, no base to besiege, no civilians to threaten. The English couldn't retaliate because there was nothing to retaliate against except empty coastline. A Viking settlement in 920, let's say a farmstead in Northumbria, consisted of the original warrior settler, now 50 years old, his English wife, their 6 children, his brother's family, perhaps 20 people total, 24 sheep, some cattle, a grain store, the house he'd spent 15 years building, with stone foundations because he planned to stay, the vegetable garden his wife tended, the orchard they'd planted, the grave where they'd buried a stillborn daughter. If English forces threatened this settlement, what could they do? They couldn't sail away. The ships rotted years ago, and even if they had ships, they couldn't abandon the sheep, the crops, the stored grain, the house. They couldn't flee overland with children and elderly. They certainly couldn't fight. The warrior was old, his brother older, and even if they both still had skill, 2 men couldn't hold off an army. So they surrendered, or they died, or they negotiated, or they appealed to local lords for protection. But whatever they did, they were vulnerable in ways their fathers never were. The settlement was a trap. The stone foundation was a gravestone. They'd built their prison with their own hands. This cognitive trap operated at the level of individual decision-making. The first generation of settlers maintained ships. They kept them in good repair, ready to leave if necessary. But maintaining an ocean-going longship is expensive. It requires skilled labour, constant attention, specialised materials. And if you're farming now, if your economic value comes from land instead of raids, ship maintenance is a cost with no return. So you defer repairs. You tell yourself you'll fix it next year. The ship degrades. The second generation grew up on land. They learned farming from their mothers, fighting from their fathers. But seamanship? Maybe the father took them out on rivers, but the North Atlantic Ocean crossings their grandfather made. Those became stories, not skills. This generation could still handle ships, but they were farmers who could sail, not sailors who could farm. The distinction mattered. The third generation never learned. By the time you're born in 940 in Northumbria, your grandfather's raids are ancient history. The family identity is about land holdings, relationships with neighbours, who owns which field. Ships are for fishing or local trade. The idea of sailing to Norway is absurd. That's a different country, a place for foreign travel, not home. You're English now, even if your last name is Norse. You've been absorbed. Let me give you a specific example to crystallise this. Olaf, we'll call him that, saga sources give us hundreds of Olafs, was a Viking warrior who raided England in the 910s. In 920 he accepted land from a local English lord in exchange for military service and peace. He built a house. The house had a stone foundation, which he was proud of. His father had lived in a tent that could be struck in an hour. Olaf's house announced permanence. I am staying. This is mine. I belong here. That stone foundation was a statement of intent. It was also a declaration of vulnerability. Stone foundations can't move. Within a year of laying that foundation, Olaf had become geographically fixed. His wealth was now the land, the house, the livestock. Moving meant abandoning everything. So he couldn't move. The foundation that made him feel secure had made him killable by anyone who wanted to kill him, because now they knew where he'd be. Olaf died in his bed in 948, prosperous and respected. His grandson died defending that same land from other Vikings in 971. The raiders saw the farm, saw the wealth, saw the stone foundation that announced, "We cannot flee." They killed everyone, took everything, burned the house. The stone foundation survived. Archaeological surveys find these foundations all over former Danelaw territories. Physical tombstones marking where Viking settlers trapped themselves with permanence. The reflection we need to carry forward is this: permanence creates vulnerability. When you own things, you can be besieged. When you have an address, you have a weakness. The Vikings understood this instinctively in their first form. They owned only what they could carry, lived where they could sail, and remained undefeatable because they remained ungovernable. Settlements reversed this. They became governed by the logic of property and agriculture and territory, and that logic is incompatible with the logic that made Vikings dangerous. The moment Vikings had addresses, they stopped being Vikings. They became landowners, and landowners die defending their land. Raiders die too, but they die elsewhere, far from where they started, and no one knows where they came from. That's the difference between power and property. But settlements alone weren't fatal. If Vikings had maintained cultural cohesion, they might have recovered. Instead, they were simultaneously dissolving their identity through intermarriage. Let's examine how love and sex and child-rearing destroyed an empire. Chapter 5. The Blood Price of Integration. Intermarriage between Vikings and conquered populations began almost immediately after the first settlements, and it operated according to a brutal calculus. Viking raiding parties were overwhelmingly male: warriors, sailors, adventurers. When they settled, they needed women. Local populations had women. The mathematics was simple, though the human reality was complex. Initially, many of these unions were forced. Viking raids specifically targeted women and children as valuable cargo, slaves who could be sold or kept. The Annals of Ulster, Irish monastic chronicles, repeatedly describe Vikings carrying off women. But as settlements stabilised, as raiders became settlers, the nature of these unions changed. They became marriages, alliances, diplomatic arrangements. Viking men married English. Noble women, Irish chieftains' daughters, Frankish merchant sisters. These marriages were tactical. They secured local alliances, legitimised land claims, integrated Viking settlers into existing power structures. What no one seemed to anticipate was what would happen to the children. Consider the mechanism carefully. A Viking warrior, let's call him Thorstein, settles in Northumbria around 920. He marries an English woman named Elflida, daughter of a local thegn. Their marriage is political. Thorstein gets legitimacy and local connections. Elflida's father gets a powerful warrior as an ally. Both sides benefit. They have children. Let's focus on the first son, whom they name Guthfrith, a Norse name, maintaining that connection. But consider Guthfrith's childhood. His father speaks Old Norse and tells stories of raids, of Norway, of the old gods, though he's been baptised. His mother speaks Old English and tells stories of English saints, of local history, of life before the Vikings came. The boy grows up bilingual, bicultural, caught between worlds. Now here's the dark reveal that should haunt you. Which language does Guthfrith speak more? Which culture does he absorb more deeply? The answer is almost always his mother's. Why? Because in early medieval society, mothers raised children. Fathers were often absent, fighting, trading, travelling, managing estates. But mothers were constant presences. Mothers taught language, values, stories, prayers. Mothers shaped the fundamental cognitive framework through which children understood the world. So Guthfrith grew up speaking English more fluently than Norse. He knew English saints' lives better than Norse sagas. He thought in English, dreamed in English, prayed in English. His Norse heritage was something his father told him about, but it wasn't his lived experience. It was genealogical trivia, not identity. Guthfrith married an English woman. Their children spoke only English. By the third generation, Guthfrith's grandchildren, Viking was an ancestral footnote, a surname, a story about great-great-grandfather. Not an identity, not a culture, not a way of life, just history. This happened everywhere Vikings settled. In Ireland, Norse Gaelic populations emerged, people with Norse surnames speaking Irish, practising Irish customs, considering themselves Irish. In Normandy, Vikings became Normans, French-speaking, French-cultured, barely distinguishable from other French nobility within 2 generations. In the Danelaw, Viking settlers became English with Scandinavian ancestry, no different from Anglo-Saxons except for their grandfathers' names. The mathematics of assimilation are brutal and inexorable. A Viking warrior married to a local woman produces children who are 50% culturally Viking, and that's generous. It's probably more like 30% Viking, 70% local, given maternal influence. Those children marry locals. Their children are perhaps 25% Viking culturally. Their children 12.5%. Within 4 generations, Viking is a genealogical curiosity. The culture has dissolved into the local population like salt into water. Let me make this viscerally real. There's a grave in Cumbria, northern England, dated to around 950. Skeletal analysis confirms Scandinavian ancestry. Bone isotopes show the person grew up in Norway, migrated as an adult, but the grave goods are mixed. Some Norse artefacts, some English, some Irish. The burial orientation is Christian. The person's teeth show wear patterns consistent with an English diet. This person was born Viking, died as something else entirely, and left descendants who were even more something else. Or consider the records from Dublin's Norse Gaelic kingdom. By the year 1000, the rulers had Irish names alongside Norse names. They married into Irish dynasties. They spoke Irish in daily life, Old Norse in formal contexts, Latin in church. Their children learned Irish poetry alongside Norse saga traditions. Within 3 more generations, there was no meaningful distinction. Norse Gaelic became just Irish with complicated ancestry. The poison here was love, sex, and child-rearing. The intimate domestic sphere where culture is transmitted. Vikings could conquer territories with violence, but they couldn't conquer bedrooms and nurseries. Women of conquered populations shaped the next generation, and through that shaping they accomplished what armies couldn't. They deleted Viking culture by raising Viking children as non-Vikings. There's a particular story that captures this perfectly, though it may be apocryphal. Guthfrith. King of Dublin and grandson of the legendary Viking warrior Ivar, died in 934. Records describe him as speaking no Old Norse. He was entirely Irish-speaking, despite his Norse name and Norse grandfather. He considered himself Irish. His court was Irish. His identity was Irish. The Viking grandfather was celebrated history, not lived identity. Guthfrith's existence proved that empires dissolve not in battles, but in beds, not through swords, but through child-rearing, not through conquest, but through love and the quiet domestic transmission of language and culture. The reflection we must carry forward is stark. Cultures reproduce through child-rearing more than through warfare. Vikings could kill Englishmen by the thousands, but if they married English women who raised their children as English, they were conquering themselves out of existence. Every successful marriage alliance was a small cultural suicide. Every mixed child was a step toward dissolution. This was the blood price of integration. Vikings paid it willingly, thinking they were building dynasties. They were building their own obsolescence. The strongest warriors in Europe were genetically deleted within 3 generations, not through death, but through intermarriage and child-rearing. The children of Vikings became the people Vikings had conquered, and those children couldn't imagine why anyone would want to live differently. When you marry your enemy, your children become them. Vikings discovered this too late to do anything about it. By the time they realised assimilation was happening, it had already happened. The culture had already dissolved. All that remained was to watch their grandchildren speak foreign languages and worship foreign gods and wonder why grandfather's stories seemed so strange, so violent, so impossible to understand. But even as Vikings dissolved through intermarriage, they were simultaneously making another fatal choice. They were trying to build kingdoms, and kingdoms require kings. Chapter 6. The king who wanted a crown Harold Fairhair. The name means Harold Beautiful Hair, though the saga sources disagree on whether this referred to his actual hair or was ironic. Attempted something unprecedented around 872 CE. He tried to unify all of Norway under a single crown. This was the first fatal mistake of its kind, and understanding why requires understanding what Norway had been before Harold. Pre-Harold Norway wasn't a country. It was a collection of independent chieftaincies, petty kingdoms, and autonomous communities scattered across fjords and valleys that barely communicated with each other. Each region had its local thing assembly, where free men made decisions collectively. Each powerful family had its sphere of influence. There was no central authority because the geography didn't permit central authority. Norway's mountains and fjords created natural barriers that made unified rule nearly impossible. This fragmentation was Viking strength, not weakness. When Irish or English or Frankish forces wanted to negotiate with Vikings, whom did they negotiate with? There was no Viking king to make binding agreements. Every warband was independent, every jarl autonomous, every raid organised locally. You couldn't end the Viking threat by killing a king because there was no king. You couldn't negotiate peace because there was no single authority capable of enforcing peace. Vikings were hydra-headed, uncoordinated, and therefore ungovernable. Harold changed this. Through a combination of warfare, political marriage, and ruthless suppression of rivals, he established himself as the first king of Norway. The saga literature celebrates this as unification, as progress, as the birth of the Norwegian nation. What it actually was the creation of a single point of failure. Here's the dark reveal. By creating a Norwegian monarchy, Harold had created exactly what Vikings had exploited in other kingdoms: centralised authority that could be targeted, hierarchy that could be manipulated, succession crises that could be exploited, and a political structure that encouraged internal conflict over succession, rather than external raiding. Consider what this meant in practice. Before Harold, if you were an ambitious young Norwegian warrior, what did you do? You gathered some friends, built or borrowed a ship, and went raiding. Success. brought wealth and reputation. Failure meant death, but at least you tried. The system was meritocratic in its way. Courage and skill determined outcomes, not birth or political position. After Harold, if you were an ambitious young Norwegian warrior, what did you do? You had to decide: support the king and hope for advancement within his hierarchy, or oppose him and risk being labelled a traitor. The entire framework of ambition shifted from external conquest to internal political manoeuvring. Instead of raiding England, Norwegians were increasingly fighting each other over who got to be king, jarl, or favoured courtier. The saga sources document this perfectly, though they don't seem to recognise what they're documenting. The generation after Harold, his sons and grandsons, spent more time fighting each other than fighting external enemies. Civil wars over succession became endemic. The Fairhair dynasty fractured repeatedly. Norwegian warriors who might have been raiding France were instead killing each other in succession disputes. This was monarchy as cultural poison. By importing the European political model, Harold had imported European political problems. He'd created the system Vikings had spent 2 centuries exploiting in others. Now they would spend the next 2 centuries exploiting it in themselves. Let me give you a specific human example of what this meant. There's a minor chieftain named Olaf. Yes, another Olaf. These sources have dozens mentioned in Egil's saga. This Olaf had raided England twice, successfully both times. He was locally respected, autonomous, independent. Then Harald Fairhair unified Norway. Suddenly Olaf had a choice: submit to Harald's authority or flee. Olaf submitted. The saga describes him travelling to Harald's court, kneeling, swearing oaths of fealty, surrendering his autonomy. In exchange, he received confirmation of his lands and a position in Harald's hierarchy. The saga treats this as Olaf making a wise choice, preserving his power through political acumen, but read between the lines. Olaf had been autonomous, subject to no one, free to act as he chose. Now he was a vassal, bound by oaths, obligated to provide military service, forbidden from raiding without permission, subject to royal authority. His grandchildren would barely remember a time when their family answered to no one. They would grow up assuming that having a king was normal, natural, inevitable. That's how cultures lose memory of alternatives. Within 2 generations, Norwegians couldn't imagine life without a king. The brief period of autonomous chieftaincies became saga material, mythical history, not a political option. Kingship had normalised itself. The civil wars that resulted were predictable and catastrophic. Harald Fairhair died around 933. His death triggered immediate succession disputes. Different sons claimed the throne, supported by different factions. Norwegian jarls chose sides. Warriors who had raided together now killed each other over political loyalty. The country fractured, reunified, fractured again. For the next 2 centuries, Norwegian politics was a cycle of strong kings, imposing unity followed by weak kings presiding over civil war. This wasn't unique to Norway. Denmark underwent similar centralisation under Gorm the Old and Harald Bluetooth. Sweden followed a parallel trajectory. Everywhere Vikings established monarchies, they created succession crises. Everywhere they imported kingship, they imported instability. And here's what makes this so darkly fascinating. Many Vikings recognised what was happening and fled. Iceland was settled largely by Norwegian chieftains who refused to submit to Harald Fairhair. They literally sailed away to a volcanic rock in the North Atlantic specifically to escape kingship. The Icelandic Commonwealth, established around 930, was explicitly designed to avoid monarchical authority. For 3 centuries, Iceland remained a collection of autonomous chieftains governing through thing assemblies, a living fossil of the pre-Harald political system. Iceland's existence proved that Vikings understood, at some level, that monarchy was poison. Some of them fled to preserve autonomy, but most submitted, and in submitting, they imported the cage they would spend centuries trying to escape. The modern reflection is uncomfortable. Vikings built kingdoms, then spent those kingdoms' wealth fighting over who got to rule them. They adopted the political system they'd once preyed upon, then discovered they couldn't make it work any better than their victims had. They'd become what they'd conquered, which meant they'd acquired all the weaknesses they'd once exploited. Harold Fairhair wanted a crown. He got one. The crown weighed on Norway for centuries, crushing the autonomous culture that had created the Viking Age. Kings are single points of failure. Kill the king, cause a succession crisis, watch the kingdom tear itself apart. Vikings knew this. They'd done it to others repeatedly. Then they did it to themselves. But even as monarchy was poisoning Scandinavian politics, European kingdoms were developing the counter-strategy that would neutralise Viking military advantages entirely. Let's examine the fortress that changed everything. Chapter 7. The Fortress that changed everything. Alfred the Great of Wessex, who truly earned the epithet great in ways few medieval rulers did, looked at the Viking threat and did something revolutionary. He thought systematically about defence. The result was the Burh system, a network of fortified towns that transformed the strategic landscape of England, and by extension ended the Viking military advantage. The brilliance of Alfred's system is visible in its details. Beginning in the 870s, continuing through the 890s, Alfred and his successors constructed or renovated approximately 30 fortified towns across Wessex. These weren't simple strongholds or castles, they were integrated networks of urban fortifications, each positioned no more than 20 miles from the next. 20 miles was crucial. That's a day's march for a military force. It meant that no place in Wessex was more than a day from safety, and no Viking force could operate without encountering fortified resistance. Each burh served multiple functions. They were refuges. Local populations could flee to them when Vikings approached. They were garrison posts. Permanent forces stationed there could respond to raids. They were economic centres, markets, mints, administrative headquarters. They were communications nodes. The network could relay warnings quickly. And they were strategic checkpoints. Vikings couldn't bypass them without being trapped between the burh and pursuing forces. Let's examine what this meant in practice. A Viking force arrives at the Thames estuary with, say, 20 ships and 400 warriors. Under the old system, pre-burh, they would row upriver, raid settlements along the way, penetrate perhaps 50 miles inland before anyone could organise resistance, plunder everything portable, and vanish back to sea before local lords could mobilise armies. By the time forces assembled, Vikings were gone. Under the burh system, the same scenario plays out differently. Vikings row upriver. Within hours, lookouts from the nearest burh spot them and send runners. Nearby burhs are alerted. Garrison forces mobilise. Local populations retreat to fortifications with their valuables. By the time Vikings arrive at potential targets, they find fortified towns with armed defenders, empty countryside, everyone in the burhs, and military forces approaching from multiple directions. The Vikings' options have suddenly collapsed. They can't besiege the burhs. They lack siege equipment, supply lines, and time. They can't raid the countryside. It's empty. Everyone's in the fortifications. They can't penetrate inland. Burhs block every route. They can't even retreat easily. Garrison forces can pursue them, harass them, cut off their escape. Their entire tactical advantage, speed, surprise, mobility, has been neutralised. Here's the dark reveal that should horrify anyone who understands military innovation. Alfred's burh system was the first effective counter to Viking tactics in nearly a century of Viking raiding. And it worked by attacking Viking strengths. Vikings were mobile. The burh system was faster. It didn't have to move because it was already everywhere. Vikings struck unpredictably. The burh system didn't need to predict. It covered all approaches. Vikings vanished after raiding. The burh system could trap them between fortifications and pursuing forces. The strategic checkmate was complete. Vikings were suddenly fighting on European terms. Static warfare, siege tactics, positional control, and Europeans were much better at static warfare. Europeans had been building fortifications for centuries. They understood walls, moats, garrison logistics, siege, warfare. Vikings understood ships and raids and mobility. Force them into static combat and their advantages evaporated. Let me give you a specific documented example of how devastating this was. In 893, a large Viking force, sources say 250 ships, probably an exaggeration but certainly a substantial fleet, sailed up the Thames and established a fortified camp on an island. They planned to use this as a base for raiding into Wessex, the old playbook that had worked for a century. Alfred's forces didn't attack the island directly. Instead, they positioned burh garrisons to block every route inland. They controlled the riverbanks. They denied Vikings access to food, plunder or movement. The Viking force sat on their island, fortified and impotent, unable to accomplish anything. They couldn't raid. Burhs blocked them. They couldn't penetrate inland. Military forces waited at every crossing. They couldn't even forage effectively. The countryside around them had been stripped clean. After months of stalemate, the Viking force attempted to break out and march inland toward Exeter. Alfred's forces shadowed them, harassing their flanks, cutting off foragers, denying them supplies. Vikings reached Exeter to find it fortified and garrisoned. They besieged it half-heartedly, failed, and eventually had to retreat all the way back to their ships, having accomplished nothing, having lost men to disease and skirmishes, having gained no plunder. They left England. That's what the sources tell us. This massive Viking force, one of the largest ever assembled, simply left after failing to accomplish anything. The burh system had made England unprofitable. The human dimension of this is worth considering. Imagine being a veteran Viking warrior in that 893 campaign. You'd raided successfully for years. You knew how this worked. Arrive unexpectedly, hit hard, take wealth, leave before organised resistance appears. But now, everywhere you turn, there are fortifications. Every approach is watched. Every target is defended. The countryside is empty. There's nothing to take, no way to take it, and English forces are closing in. The confusion must have been profound. The tactics that had worked for your father no longer work. The English learned. They adapted. And you, mobile, fierce, skilled, are now trapped by people who simply built walls and waited. Your strength has become irrelevant. Your ships, those beautiful instruments of power, are useless when you can't leave them without being surrounded. That Viking warrior went home, if he survived, and told his sons that England wasn't profitable anymore. That message spread. Within a generation, Viking raids on Wessex had dropped dramatically. Not because Vikings became less violent or less skilled, but because England had learned to make itself unprofitable. When the cost of raiding exceeds the reward, raiding stops. Economics, not courage, determines behaviour. The modern reflection should trouble anyone involved in strategy or competition. The prey adapted. For nearly a century, European kingdoms had been helpless against Viking mobility. Then one king thought systematically about the problem, implemented an integrated solution, and suddenly Vikings were helpless. When your enemy innovates and you don't, you die. Vikings failed to adapt to the burh system, failed to develop siege capabilities, failed to shift tactics. They kept using the same playbook against an enemy who'd learned to counter it. Alfred's fortresses didn't just defend Wessex, they demonstrated that Viking tactics were obsolete. The lesson spread. Other kingdoms adopted similar systems. By the mid-10th century, fortified towns dotted England, France and Ireland. The era of easy Viking raiding was over. Vikings who wanted to continue needed new tactics, new technologies, new approaches. They never developed them. Instead, they increasingly relied on a different economic model, the one we examined earlier with Danegeld. Extract tribute instead of plunder, become tax collectors instead of raiders, and in that transformation become dependent on the very kingdoms they'd once terrorized. But Vikings had other dependencies developing, darker ones, economic systems that would become unsustainable. Let's examine the slaves who became the foundation of Viking economy and what happened when that foundation crumbled. Chapter 8. The slaves who became the economy. We need to speak plainly about something the saga literature romanticizes away. Viking expansion was built on slavery, not as a side activity or occasional practice, but as the economic foundation of the entire enterprise. Thralls, the Old Norse term for slaves, were the most valuable cargo a Viking raid could secure. More valuable than silver, more useful than gold, more essential than any other form of plunder. And when the slave economy became unsustainable, Viking expansion became impossible. Let's establish the scale first, because the numbers matter. Estimates vary, but historians generally agree that perhaps 10 to 25% of Scandinavian populations in the Viking Age were enslaved. In newly settled Viking territories, Iceland, Greenland, Norse cities and Ireland, the percentage was likely higher, approaching 30–40%. These weren't small numbers. We're talking about hundreds of thousands of people held in bondage across the Viking world at any given time. Where did they come from? Raids. Specifically targeted raids where human cargo was the primary objective. The Irish annals are explicit about this. Vikings came for people. The 820s, 830s, 840s, the records repeat a grim litany. Vikings carried off women and children. Vikings took captives. Vikings enslaved the survivors. Archaeological evidence supports this. Viking Age mass graves in Ireland show evidence of violent death, followed by selective removal of healthy young adults. The survivors were taken. The economics made brutal sense. A healthy adult thrall was worth perhaps 8 to 12 ounces of silver in the 9th century slave markets. A ship carrying 50 raiders might return with 30–40 captives, representing hundreds of ounces of silver in value, far more than you could carry in coins or jewellery. And thralls had ongoing value. They worked. They rowed ships, farmed land, built fortifications, maintained households, bore children who became more thralls. They were simultaneously capital and labour. Viking settlements literally couldn't function without thrall labour. The first generation of Icelandic settlers brought Irish thralls to do the brutal work of establishing farms in volcanic wasteland. Greenland settlements required thrall labour to maintain marginal farms in subarctic conditions. The Norse trading towns, Hedeby, Birka, Dublin, had thrall markets as central economic institutions. Thrall labour built the ships that carried raiders. Thrall labour fed the warriors who conducted raids. The entire system was circular and dependent. Now here's the dark reveal that should haunt you. As Vikings Christianized and settled, this economic foundation crumbled. Christian doctrine, whatever its historical complexities and hypocrisies, formally opposed enslaving fellow Christians. By the late 10th century, church law increasingly restricted slavery. Vikings who'd converted couldn't morally justify enslaving Christian populations, but Christian populations were most of whom Vikings had access to. Pagan populations available for enslavement were increasingly distant. The Baltic, Slavic territories, areas requiring longer voyages and more risk. The mathematical problem became unsustainable. Viking expansion required thrall labour. Acquiring thralls required raiding Christian lands. Christian Vikings couldn't justify raiding Christian lands. Therefore, Christian Vikings couldn't acquire the thrall labour that Viking expansion required. The system ate itself. Let me make this humanly real, because the statistics obscure the horror. Mjørgen, we'll call her that, Irish chronicles give us thousands of names of women taken by Vikings, was 12 years old when Vikings raided her monastery in 847. She was a student there, learning to read and write Latin, destined perhaps for religious life. Vikings killed the priests and took the children and young women. Mjørgen was dragged to ships, transported to Dublin, sold in the slave market. She spent the next 40 years as property. She was purchased by a Norse warrior who'd settled in Ireland, worked in his household, bore children by him or by other thralls. The records don't specify. She learned Old Norse because speaking Irish got her beaten. She converted to Christianity formally, though she'd been Christian before. Her new owners were baptised Vikings, and having Christian thralls looked proper. In 887, her owner died. On his deathbed, overcome by religious guilt, he freed his thralls. Muirgan was 60 years old, had spent 40 years enslaved, and was freed just in time to be useless, too old for labour, too broken for rebuilding a life. The saga that mentions her, peripherally she's a background character in someone else's story, describes her living in a shed behind a church, dying 2 years after liberation. This was one life. Multiply by tens of thousands. This was the economic foundation of the Viking Age. Systematized kidnapping, lifelong bondage, generational trauma. And when Christian Vikings started freeing their thralls out of deathbed guilt, when church law made enslaving Christians problematic, when the political structures that enabled slave raids broke down, the economics collapsed. By the early 11th century, thrall populations in Scandinavia were declining. Fewer raids meant fewer new thralls. Christian objections meant more manumissions, owners freeing slaves for religious reasons. The labour system Vikings had relied on was evaporating. Farms that had been maintained by thrall labour now required paid labour or family labour. The economics changed completely. And here's the cognitive dissonance that must have been psychologically devastating. Christian Vikings praying for their own salvation while counting as property the souls of people who believed the same doctrines. How do you reconcile that? You're told every soul is precious to God, that Christ died for all, that slaves and masters are equal before the Lord, and then you go home and order your thralls to work until they collapse. Some Vikings resolved this by freeing their thralls. Many did, especially later in the Viking Age. But that meant abandoning the economic model that made Viking expansion possible. Others resolved it by not thinking about it, by maintaining cognitive boundaries between religious belief and economic practice. But that cognitive dissonance damaged the cultural cohesion that had made Vikings effective. The reflection we need to carry forward is uncomfortable. Economies built on atrocity eventually collapse under their own contradictions. You can't simultaneously embrace a religion that teaches universal human dignity and maintain an economic system built on kidnapping and enslavement. Something has to give. For Christian Vikings, what gave was the economic foundation of their expansion. They couldn't continue raiding for thralls, couldn't continue the slave economy, couldn't maintain the labour system that supported their settlements. So settlements became less profitable. Expansion became economically impossible. The empire built on thrall labour ground to a halt when thrall acquisition became morally unacceptable. Vikings who'd built empires on the broken backs of enslaved people discovered that empires require foundations, and when you pull out the foundation, the structure collapses. But even if Vikings had somehow resolved the slave economy problem, they were facing another issue. They were literally forgetting how to be Vikings. Skills were dying. Knowledge was vanishing. Let's examine the generation that forgot the sea. Chapter 9. The generation that forgot the sea. There's a particular kind of cultural death that happens not through violence or conquest, but through forgetting. Skills die when masters don't train apprentices. Knowledge vanishes when oral traditions aren't passed down. By the late 10th and early 11th centuries, third-generation settled Vikings were losing the very capabilities that had made their grandparents formidable. Seamanship, shipbuilding, and the complex of skills required for ocean voyaging. The evidence appears in fragments across multiple sources, but it paints a consistent picture. Ship quality declined. The archaeological record shows this. Later Viking Age ships found in Denmark and Norway show cruder construction, less sophisticated joinery, poorer material selection. Someone was still building ships, but the mastery had degraded. Voyage frequency dropped. Icelandic sagas from the 10th century casually mention routine voyages to Norway, to Scotland, to wherever ships would sail. By the early 11th century, such voyages are rarer, treated as significant undertakings rather than routine travel. People were sailing less. Practical seamanship skills eroded. There's a telling incident recorded in the Anglo-Saxon Chronicle. When Nut the Great attempted to assemble a fleet to invade England in 1015, he had difficulty finding enough men in Denmark who could actually handle ocean-going warships. Not enough men who could navigate by sun and stars, rid wave patterns, handle ships in Atlantic storms. The skills existed but were concentrated in older men. The younger generation had been raised on farms, not ships. Here's the mechanism for how this happened. Shipbuilding and seamanship are oral knowledge traditions. You learn by watching, by doing, by sailing, with masters who correct your errors. There are no textbooks, no written manuals, no way to preserve the knowledge except through direct transmission, from experienced practitioners to apprentices. When that transmission chain breaks, the knowledge dies in a single generation. Consider the specific case of clinker-built hull construction, the overlapping planks that gave Viking ships their flexibility. This requires reading wood grain to determine which planks will bend properly, understanding the precise angle and overlap for each strake, knowing how to rivet without splitting the wood, selecting trees that grew with the right stresses. A master shipwright could teach this to an apprentice over years of work. But if the master's son becomes a farmer instead, if there's no apprentice to train, the knowledge dies with the master. And why wouldn't sons become farmers? If you're born in 990 in the Danelaw of England, your grandfather was a legendary raider, but your father is a prosperous farmer. You inherit land, not ships. Your economic future is farming, not raiding. Ships are expensive to maintain. Seamanship is dangerous. Why would you invest years learning skills you'll never use, when you could be learning estate management, agriculture, trade? The rational individual decision: become a farmer, it's safer and more profitable. Aggregated into cultural catastrophe. By 1020, there were probably only a few dozen master shipwrights left in all of Scandinavia who could build Atlantic-capable longships. When they died, the knowledge died with them. Let me paint you a specific human picture of what this looked like. Imagine a young Norman Viking in 1030. We'll call him William, grandson of a Norse settler in Normandy. William has never been more than 10 miles from his family's estate. He's never seen the ocean. He lives inland. He can't swim, never learned, never needed to. He gets seasick on riverboats the few times he's had to travel by water. His great-grandfather crossed the North Atlantic in winter storms. His great-grandfather could navigate by sun and stars, could read wave patterns to predict weather, could handle a longship in conditions that would terrify modern sailors. His great-grandfather was part of a military force that could appear anywhere on any coast without warning. William can barely handle a rowboat. The skills died in 3 generations. The culture forgot its own foundation. And William wouldn't even consider this a loss because he can't imagine why anyone would want to be a sailor when you could be a respectable landowner. The very framework for understanding what was lost had been lost. This happened everywhere Vikings settled. In Ireland, by 1050, the Norse Gaelic populations were barely seafaring. They were coastal traders but not ocean voyagers. In England, descendants of Danish settlers were farmers and craftsmen, not raiders. Even in Iceland, which maintained sailing traditions longer than elsewhere, ship quality and voyage frequency declined markedly through the 11th century. The dark reveal is this: Vikings stopped practicing being Vikings, and what isn't practiced dies. You can't maintain elite warrior culture when you raise farmers. You can't maintain seamanship when you raise landlubbers. You can't maintain shipbuilding when you raise sons to inherit estates rather than learn crafts. The cultural transmission mechanism broke down because the incentive structure changed. Viking culture transmitted raiding skills, seamanship, courage, violence, because those things brought rewards. Settled Viking culture rewarded different things: farming skill, trade connections, political acumen, Christian piety. Cultures produce what they reward. When settlements changed what Viking culture rewarded, it changed what Vikings became. There's a bitter irony in the fact that Nut the Great, arguably the last truly powerful Viking ruler, controlling Denmark, Norway, and England simultaneously in the 1020s or 1030s, struggled to find enough competent seamen. Nut ruled a maritime empire but had to scrape together crews from aging sailors because the young men didn't know ships anymore. An empire built on naval superiority, dying because its people had forgotten how to sail. The modern reflection is stark. Skills disappear in a single forgotten generation. If you don't deliberately maintain transmission of knowledge, it vanishes. Vikings didn't consciously decide to abandon seamanship. They just stopped prioritizing it, stopped training the next generation, stopped maintaining the institutional knowledge. And within a human lifetime, centuries of accumulated expertise evaporated. When Vikings stopped maintaining their ships and training their sons in seamanship, they'd stopped being Vikings in any functional sense. They were Scandinavian-descended farmers and craftsmen who told stories about ancestors who'd sailed oceans. The stories remained. The capability vanished. But even if Vikings had maintained their maritime skills, they were simultaneously importing a political and economic system that would make those skills irrelevant: feudalism. Let's examine the terrible logic of feudal obligation. Chapter 10. The terrible logic of feudalism. Feudalism is, at its core, a system designed to prevent exactly what Vikings excelled at: autonomous, mobile, unpredictable violence. It binds warriors to specific lords through oaths, binds lords to kings through obligations, binds everyone to specific territories through land tenure. It creates a rigid hierarchical structure where every person has a defined place, defined obligations upward and downward, and defined consequences for violating those obligations. When Vikings adopted feudalism, they were adopting the cage that would trap them. The transition happened gradually, differently in different regions, but followed a consistent pattern. First-generation Viking settlers might operate as relatively autonomous warbands. Second-generation leaders adopted feudal titles and began creating hierarchies. Third-generation elites were fully feudalized, holding lands as fiefs, owing military service to overlords, granting sub-fiefs to vassals, operating within European-style feudal structures. Let's examine why this happened. Feudalism offered certain advantages for controlling territory. If you're a Viking leader who now possesses substantial land, say a province in England or a county in Normandy, you need a system to control it. You can't personally supervise everything. You need subordinates. Feudalism provides a ready-made structure. Grant land to warriors who become your vassals. They owe you military service and loyalty. They manage their territories in your name. It's administratively efficient. But here's the dark reveal. Feudalism works through mutual obligation, and mutual obligation destroys autonomy. Once you're in the system, you can't simply leave. A feudal lord owes military service to his superior. He must provide troops when summoned. He must defend his superior's interests. He must attend courts and councils. He must ask permission for major decisions like marriage or warfare. In exchange, he receives protection and legitimacy for his land claims, but he's no longer free. Consider the layers of obligation. A Danish warrior, let's call him Hakon, settles in England, receives land from a more powerful Danish jarl in exchange for oath-sworn military service. Hakon now owes the jarl troops whenever summoned, but the jarl owes service to a Danish king who claims England, and the king has sworn oaths to the German emperor for diplomatic recognition. So when the emperor needs troops, the king calls on jarls. Jarls call on men like Hakon, and Hakon finds himself marching to Germany in service of obligations he never agreed to. fighting battles that have nothing to do with his interests. Hakon's grandfather answered to no one. Hakon answers to 4 layers of authority above him. That's the cage. That's how feudalism traps you. The system is specifically designed to prevent Viking-style mobility. Can Hakon simply gather his men and go raiding in Ireland when the mood strikes? No. He needs his lord's permission. His men are busy farming their own holdings. He owes military service to his jarl. He can't just leave. His lands might be seized if he abandons them. He has obligations that bind him to specific times and places. The irony is that feudalism was developed partially in response to Viking raids. Frankish kingdoms adopted and formalised feudal structures in the 9th and 10th centuries, specifically to create permanent military obligations that could respond to Viking threats. Feudal lords were required to maintain troops, to defend their regions, to mobilise quickly. It was an anti-Viking system. And Vikings adopted it. They imported the very system designed to contain them. They put on the chains themselves because the chains came with land grants and fancy titles. Let me give you a specific example from Norman history. Rollo, the Viking leader who received Normandy from the Frankish king in 911, became Duke of Normandy, a feudal title with feudal obligations. He owed military service to the French king. He was bound to defend French interests. He traded autonomy for legitimacy and found himself trapped by the bargain. Rollo's descendants became more feudalised with each generation. His son, William Longsword, was essentially a French duke who happened to have Viking ancestry. His great-great-great-grandson, William the Conqueror, was entirely French-cultured, feudal in every instinct, using feudal military organisation to conquer England in 1066. The Vikings had been absorbed into the system, transformed by it, until they were indistinguishable from any other feudal nobility. This same pattern repeated across Viking settlements. In Ireland, Norse kings adopted Irish feudal structures. In England, Danish settlers became English feudal lords. In Normandy, Vikings became French feudal dukes. Everywhere, the pattern was the same. Trade autonomy for land, accept obligations for legitimacy, become trapped by the system. The psychological transformation must have been profound. A warrior culture that celebrated freedom and autonomy, that treated oath-breaking as acceptable if strategically necessary, that prized individual glory. This culture was adopting a system built on rigid hierarchy and binding obligations. A culture that mocked kings was producing kings. A culture that raided kingdoms was building kingdoms. And kingdoms, as Vikings had demonstrated for 2 centuries, were vulnerable in ways raiders weren't. Here's the reflection we need to carry forward. Vikings adopted feudalism to control settled territories, but feudalism's logic is incompatible with Viking culture. You can't be autonomous and feudal. You can't be mobile and land-bound. You can't raid freely while owing military service to a lord. The moment Vikings fully feudalised, they stopped being meaningfully Viking. They became European nobility with Scandinavian ancestry. The cage wasn't imposed, it was adopted. Vikings chose to put on feudal chains because those chains looked like crowns and came with estates. They didn't realise that once feudalism's logic penetrates a culture, it transforms everything. Feudal warriors aren't Vikings, they're knights who happen to have Norse grandfathers. The two things are fundamentally incompatible. By the early 11th century, the most successful Vikings were the most thoroughly feudalised. They held land, commanded vassals, owed service to kings, thought in terms of territory and inheritance rather than raids and reputation. They'd won. They'd secured wealth and power and land. And in winning, they deleted themselves as a distinct culture. The victory was extinction. But feudalism wasn't killing Viking culture alone. There was another factor, quieter and more intimate. The children of Vikings were being raised as something else entirely. Let's examine the children who never held a sword. Chapter 11. The children who never held a sword. There's a particular moment in cultural transmission when a tradition becomes optional rather than mandatory, and that moment marks the beginning of extinction. For Viking culture, That moment came when warrior training stopped being universal education and became specialised profession. When boys of Viking descent no longer automatically learned to fight, the culture had already decided it was something other than a warrior culture. It just hadn't admitted it yet. Compare two childhoods separated by 170 years, and you'll see the entire transformation in miniature. In 850, a Norwegian boy, we'll call him Bjorn, begins weapons training around age 7. His father hands him a wooden practice sword. By age 10, he's sparring with other boys, learning footwork, building strength. By 12, he's learning shield wall tactics, how to hold formation, how to fight as part of a unit. By 14, he's competent enough that his father takes him on a short raid. Not in combat role yet, but watching, learning. By 16, he's expected to fight. By 18, if he hasn't killed someone, he's considered behind in development. This wasn't exceptional. This was normal, universal childhood for freeborn Viking boys. Every father trained his sons because every man was expected to be combat capable. The culture didn't have a separate warrior class. Every free man was a potential warrior. This was the demographic foundation of Viking military power, universal military competence among the male population. Now consider 1020. A boy in Normandy, great-grandson of Norse settlers, we'll call him Robert, grows up on his family's estate. His father is a minor feudal lord. Robert's education consists of learning to read and write Latin, taught by a monastery-trained priest, learning estate management and accounting, taught by his father, learning horsemanship and hunting, aristocratic pursuits, and learning Christian theology and prayer, constant mandatory. Robert handles a practice sword a few times but shows no aptitude. His father, preoccupied with managing lands and vassals, doesn't press the issue. Robert's real talent is for accounts. He can calculate tithes and yields with impressive accuracy. By age 15, his father has decided Robert should enter the church. Robert becomes a monk at 16, spends his life as a monastery administrator, dies at 30 never having seen battle. This transition from Bjorn to Robert, from universal warrior training to specialised profession, happened across Viking settlements with remarkable speed. By the early 11th century, most boys of Viking descent in England, Normandy and Ireland received no systematic military training. Fighting had become a job for soldiers, not a skill for citizens. Here's the dark reveal. Warrior cultures require that every generation train the next in violence. It's not enough for some men to be warriors. The culture must produce warriors universally, must cultivate martial skills as basic competence. When a culture begins creating non-warrior classes, when fighting becomes specialised rather than universal, the warrior culture is already dead. It just hasn't stopped moving yet. The mechanism is economic and cultural. In raiding culture, every boy needed combat skills because raiding was how men gained status and wealth. But in settled agricultural society, fighting skills have limited utility. A farmer needs to know crops, seasons, animal husbandry, not sword work. A merchant needs mathematics and languages. A priest needs Latin and theology. Different economic roles require different skills, and cultures teach children the skills they'll actually use. So Viking descendants in settled societies learned settled skills. They learned farming more than fighting. They learned trade more than tactics. They learned reading more than raiding. This wasn't a conspiracy or forced assimilation. It was rational adaptation to changed circumstances. The economy had changed, childhood education changed to match. But martial cultures can't survive rational economic adaptation. They require irrational investment in combat training that has no immediate economic return. They require that boys spend thousands of hours learning to kill, when those hours could be spent learning profitable skills. Warrior cultures are economically inefficient by design. They sacrifice economic optimization for military capacity. When Viking culture settled down and became economically rational, it stopped producing warriors in sufficient numbers. By 1020, probably fewer than 10% of young men of Viking descent received serious military training. The rest were farmers, craftsmen, traders, priests. The demographic base for Viking military power had evaporated. Let me make this personal. Ketil, we know his name from a monastery record where he copied manuscripts, was born in Denmark around 995, grandson of a legendary raider who'd fought in the Great Heathen Army's invasion of England. His grandfather had personally killed more than 40 men in battle, had raided from Paris to York, had died gloriously in a shield wall in Northumbria. Saga poets sang his deeds. Ketil became a monastery scribe. He spent his life copying Christian texts, never held a weapon in anger, never saw battle, died at 30 from the lung ailments that plagued scribes who worked in cold, damp scriptoriums. His most dangerous moment was probably when he dropped an expensive jar of ink and thought the abbot would be angry. From the grandfather who killed 40 men to the grandson who feared spilling ink, this wasn't an exceptional story. This was the norm. This was happening to thousands of Viking lineages simultaneously. The warrior gene pool remained, the warrior culture vanished. The cognitive dissonance must have been profound for the last generation that remembered both worlds. Fathers who'd raided in their youth, watching sons who couldn't even imagine why anyone would want to raid. Grandfathers telling war stories to grandsons who found them incomprehensible and vaguely disturbing. Grandfather, why did you want to hurt people? Grandfather, isn't violence a sin? Grandfather, I don't understand why you're proud of killing. How do you explain raiding culture to children raised in Christian agricultural settlements? How do you transmit warrior values to boys being taught that meekness is blessed and violence is sin? You can't. The cultural transmission breaks down. The old men tell their stories, the young men listen politely and then go back to their farming or their studies or their prayers, and the culture dies with the old men. This happened with such speed that it's actually shocking when you map it chronologically. In 950, most Viking settlements still had majority warrior-trained male populations. By 1050, 1 century, 4 generations, warrior training had become rare, specialised, the domain of professional soldiers rather than universal competence. The culture had bred its own strengths out of existence in living memory. The reflection here is uncomfortable. Cultures can delete their own defining characteristics in 2 generations. What isn't deliberately preserved disappears. Viking culture required constant, intentional cultivation of warrior attributes: courage, violence, ambition, glory-seeking. When settlements made those attributes economically useless, when Christianity made them morally suspect, when peaceful farming made them unnecessary, they vanished. Parents raise children for the world they think their children will inhabit. Viking parents raising children in the 1010s thought their children would inherit farms, not conduct raids. So they raised farmers. And they were right. Their children did inherit farms. But in being right, they ended the culture that had created those farms in the first place. The Viking gene pool survived. Viking surnames persisted. But Vikings as a distinct culture capable of terrifying Europe? That died when fathers stopped training sons to fight, when warrior skills became optional rather than mandatory, when the children of Vikings never held swords. But even if Viking settlements had maintained warrior culture, they were simultaneously conducting an experiment in extreme settlement that would prove disastrous: Greenland. Let's examine the frozen hell where Vikings trapped themselves in a slow-motion extinction. Chapter 12. The Frozen Hell of Greenland. Eric the Red's marketing campaign in 985 CE might be history's most catastrophically successful sales pitch. He named the place Greenland, a name suggesting verdant pastures, to attract settlers to what was actually a frozen wasteland at the edge of the habitable world. People came, they built farms, they had children, and over the next 4 centuries they slowly died, trapped in an isolation so complete that when the last survivors finally perished around 1450, no one in Europe knew or cared. Let's establish what Greenland actually was. It's the world's largest island, 80% covered by ice sheet. The Norse settlements, there were two, eastern and western, occupied tiny slivers of relatively ice-free coast on the southwestern edge. Even these habitable zones were marginal by any reasonable standard. Growing season, perhaps 8 to 12 weeks. Trees, virtually none. Arable land, sparse and poor quality. Distance from Iceland, 450 miles of open ocean. Distance from Norway, over 1,500 miles. Why settle there? The optimistic interpretation is that Vikings were explorers, pushing boundaries, seeking new frontiers. The realistic interpretation is that Greenland was settled by people fleeing Iceland, which itself had been settled by people fleeing Norway. These were populations avoiding something: authority, enemies, shame, debts, and willing to accept extreme hardship for isolation. The first settlements seemed viable. The late 10th and early 11th centuries saw a warm period, the medieval warm period, when Greenland was genuinely less harsh than it would later become. Summers were longer, ice less pervasive. You could raise sheep and cattle, grow limited barley, survive through hunting and fishing. The population grew to perhaps 2,000, 5,000 people at peak, spread across hundreds of farms. But here's the dark reveal that should horrify anyone who thinks about sustainability. Greenland Vikings were completely dependent on external supply. They couldn't smelt iron. No trees for charcoal, no ore deposits. They couldn't build ships beyond small boats, no timber. They needed annual supply ships from Iceland bringing iron tools, timber, grain and luxuries. In exchange, Greenland exported walrus ivory, polar bear hides and narwhal tusks. Luxury goods for European markets. This made them absolutely vulnerable to disruption. If ships stopped coming, Greenland Vikings had no way to leave, couldn't build ocean-going vessels, no way to maintain tools, no iron, no way to supplement their marginal agriculture, no additional grain supplies. They were trapped 1,500 miles from help with no capacity for self-rescue, and ships did stop coming. Gradually starting in the 13th century, accelerating through the 14th. Why? Multiple factors. Iceland's economy declined. The Hanseatic League disrupted North Atlantic trade. European markets for walrus ivory collapsed when African elephant ivory became available through Mediterranean trade. Sea ice increased as climate cooled. The Little Ice Age began, making the Greenland crossing more dangerous. Viking seafaring skills had degraded. Each factor alone might have been survivable. Combined, they were fatal. Imagine the psychological horror of this situation. You're a Greenlander in 1380. Supply ships used to come every year, then every 2 years, then less frequently. Now it's been 5 years since a ship arrived. Your iron tools are wearing out. You can't replace them. You've hunted all the seals within reasonable range. Your sheep are dying from a disease you can't treat. Winter is coming. You have children asking why they're hungry. And you know with absolute certainty that no one is coming to help. You're 500 miles from the nearest civilization, across an ocean you can't cross, in a land that barely supports life. You're going to die here. Your children are going to die here. And no one will ever know what happened to you. The archaeological evidence from late Greenland settlements is devastating. We find tool degradation, iron knives ground down to slivers, too precious to discard. We find dietary shifts. Bone collagen analysis shows people eating more seal, less cattle, eventually eating their dogs. We find houses abandoned with valuables left behind. People too weak or desperate to care about property. We find graves from the final period with bodies showing extreme malnutrition, disease, and stress markers. The last written record from Greenland is a church wedding in 1408. After that, silence. Complete silence. Sometime in the mid-15th century, the last Greenland Norse died. We don't know how many were left at the end. We don't know if they died from starvation, disease, or violence from Inuit populations. We don't even know which decade they died in. They just vanished from history. When Europeans finally returned to Greenland's Norse settlement sites in the 1700s, they found ruins, stone foundations of churches and farms, scattered bones, rotted wood. The sites were empty, the people were gone. No survivors, no descendants, no one to tell the story of those final years. Let me give you one specific haunting detail that archaeologists discovered. In one of the last occupied farms, dated to probably 1420s, 1440s, they found evidence that the inhabitants had been eating their clothing. Actual woolen fabric found in human coprolites, fossilised feces. These people had become so desperate for calories that they were consuming indigestible material. They were dying slowly enough that they tried eating wool. That's how the Greenland Vikings ended. Starving to death in stone houses their grandparents built, wearing clothes their great-grandparents had woven, using tools ground down to nothing, waiting for supply ships that would never come, slowly dying in the frozen dark while wearing crosses and praying to a Christian God for salvation that never arrived. Here's the reflection that should haunt us. Viking mobility became a prison when they settled the unsettleable. The same adventurous impulse that led Vikings to cross oceans and explore continents led them into a death trap in Greenland. They walked into slow-motion extinction and had 4 centuries to realise their mistake, but by the time they realised it, they lacked the capability to escape. Greenland was a preview of what was happening to the whole Viking world. Isolation, starvation, extinction. Just slower, less dramatic, harder to see. Vikings everywhere were trapping themselves by settling. Most settlements were viable, so the trap was invisible. But Greenland showed what settlements really were. Chains. You couldn't leave. You were geographically fixed, economically dependent, vulnerable to disruptions you couldn't control. The Greenland Vikings died not from a single catastrophe, but from 100 small failures compounding over centuries. Trade routes shifted, climate changed, skills degraded, populations declined, each generation weaker than the last, less capable, less connected, more isolated, until finally there wasn't a next generation. This is how cultures die. Not with a bang, but with abandoned houses, scattered bones, and ruins that no one remembers. The Greenland Vikings were the purest expression of the Viking mistake. They chose permanence over mobility, settlement over ships, stone foundations over sea voyages, and they died trapped in the prison they'd built for themselves. But while Greenland Vikings were dying in isolation, something ironic was happening in England. The English were becoming better Vikings than the Vikings. Let's examine that strange inversion. Chapter 13. The English who became more Viking than Vikings. Here's a historical irony that should make you pause. By the year 1000, Viking had stopped being an ethnicity and become a job description. And some of the best Vikings, the most effective raiders using Viking tactics, were English. This transformation happened gradually, but the mechanism was straightforward. Europeans learned by observation. For 2 centuries, Vikings had demonstrated that maritime raiding was profitable, that mobility was power, that unpredictable violence could extract wealth from settled kingdoms. So Europeans started doing the same thing. The first evidence appears in the late 9th and early 10th centuries. Anglo-Saxon kingdoms, particularly Wessex under Alfred and his successors, began building their own ship fleets, not just for defence, for offence. English ships, designed using Viking principles, shallow draft, clinker-built, oar and sail hybrid, began raiding Viking settlements. The prey was learning predator tactics. By the 960s and 970s, English forces were conducting Viking-style raids on Viking towns in Ireland and Wales. English ships would appear unexpectedly, plunder Norse trading posts, vanish before Viking forces could respond. They were using Viking mobility against Vikings. The English had learned the lesson Vikings taught. Ships equal power, mobility equals advantage. But the real irony emerges when we look at who was doing the fighting. By the year 1000, Viking forces raiding England often included substantial English contingents, English warriors hired by Danish or Norwegian leaders, English mercenaries fighting for Viking warlords, English nobles using Viking tactics against other English nobles. The ethnic boundary had dissolved completely. Here's the dark reveal. If anyone with ships and will to raid could be Viking, then Vikings had no special status. They'd created a technology and tactics package that could be copied, and once it was copied, their advantage disappeared. Vikings had commodified themselves, and commodities have no monopoly. Let's examine specific examples. Ethelred the Unready, the much maligned English king, hired Viking mercenaries extensively in the 990s and 1000s. These mercenaries were sometimes Scandinavian, sometimes English, sometimes mixed crews. What made them Viking wasn't ethnicity but behaviour. They fought from ships, raided for plunder, lived by maritime warfare. Ethelred was hiring Vikings to fight Vikings, and sometimes the two forces were ethnically indistinguishable. In 1009, an English nobleman named Wulfnoth assembled 20 ships and began raiding the English coast. He was using Viking tactics, Viking ships, Viking strategy, but he was English. He was in conflict with Ethelred's administration and had essentially become a Viking outlaw. The contemporary chronicles describe him using the same language they'd use for Scandinavian raiders, harrying, plundering, taking spoil. Behaviour, not ethnicity, defined the category. By the 1010s and 1020s, Nut the Great's forces controlling England were mixed Danish-English armies. Many of his most effective commanders were English. His fleet included English-built ships. His raiding expeditions included English warriors fighting under his banner. Viking had become a military designation, not an ethnic one. The most telling evidence comes from a specific incident in 1052. An English nobleman named Godwin, Earl of Wessex, was in conflict with King Edward the Confessor. Godwin assembled a fleet, sources say over 60 ships, and sailed to confront the king. He used classic Viking tactics, appearing unexpectedly, demonstrating overwhelming force, extracting political concessions, departing before military opposition could form. He was Vikinging against his own king, and it worked. Edward capitulated rather than fight. Godwin was entirely English. His tactics were entirely Viking. The distinction between English and Viking had ceased to be meaningful. Godwin's son Harold would later become King of England, only to be defeated at Hastings by William the Conqueror, another Viking descendant who'd become French, but used Norman Viking tactics to conquer England. Here's the brutal irony. As Scandinavian Vikings were becoming less Viking, more settled, more Christian, less mobile, Europeans were becoming more Viking, more maritime, more raiders, more comfortable with ship-based warfare. The students had surpassed the teachers. The prey had evolved predator traits. Consider the strategic implications. In 850, Viking meant Scandinavian raiders who possessed unique capabilities, better ships, better tactics, maritime culture. By 1050, Viking meant anyone who fought from ships, and English, Irish, Norman, and Flemish warriors could do it as well as Scandinavians, sometimes better, because they'd retained shipbuilding and seamanship skills that settled Scandinavians were losing. The psychological impact on Scandinavian Vikings must have been profound. Imagine being a Norwegian warrior in 1040, sailing to England expecting to raid helpless monasteries, and encountering an English fleet using your tactics, your ship designs, your strategies, commanded by men who'd never seen Scandinavia but fought like Vikings. Your cultural monopoly is gone. Your special skills are common knowledge. You're no longer special. You're just one group among many who know how to fight from ships. This is how military advantages disappear, through diffusion. Vikings demonstrated that maritime raiding was effective. Europeans learned. Once learned, Vikings had no advantage except perhaps tradition, and tradition doesn't win battles against competent enemies. There's a particular poignancy in the fact that the last great Viking invasion of England, Harold Hardrada's 1066 campaign, was defeated by English forces under Harold Godwinson, whose father had used Viking tactics against English kings. Viking tactics defeated Viking invasion. The prey had become predator, and the original predators were now just another military force with no special advantage. The reflection we need to carry forward is this: uniqueness is temporary. Whatever edge you possess, if it's based on knowledge or technique, it can be copied. Vikings created a revolutionary military system and assumed they'd maintain ownership of it. They didn't. Within 2 centuries, anyone with ships and will could be Viking. And once anyone could be Viking, being actually Viking meant nothing. The English who became Vikings proved that Viking culture was really just a tactics package. Strip away the ethnicity, the language, the mythology, and what remained? Ships and violence. And those could be learned. So they were learned, and in being learned, they stopped being Viking attributes and became general military knowledge. By 1066, there were no real Vikings left, just Scandinavian kingdoms using outdated tactics, and European kingdoms using Viking tactics better than Vikings did. The student had surpassed the teacher. The copied had replaced the original, and the original was about to be dramatically, definitively ended at a muddy bridge in Yorkshire. Chapter 14. The Battle Where Vikings Killed the Viking Age, September the 25th, 1066. Stamford Bridge, Yorkshire, England. This is where the Viking Age died, though no one there that afternoon understood they were witnessing an ending. They thought they were fighting over England's crown. They were actually playing out the final scene of a culture that had already disappeared. They just hadn't realised it yet. Let's set the scene carefully, because the details matter. Harold Hardrada, Harold Hard Ruler of Norway, the last great Viking warrior king, had invaded England with approximately 300 ships carrying perhaps 10,000 to 15,000 warriors. He'd allied with Tostig Godwinson, exiled brother of England's King Harold Godwinson. They'd won an initial battle at Fulford, defeated English forces defending York, and had taken hostages from the city. They were encamped at Stamford Bridge, 8 miles from York, waiting for the hostages and supplies to be delivered. They weren't expecting Harold Godwinson's army. Harold had been in southern England, preparing to repel William of Normandy's invasion. When news of Harold Hardrada's landing reached him, Harold force-marched his army north at stunning speed, approximately 185 miles in 4 days. This mobility was itself telling. English forces could move faster than Vikings now, could respond to threats with speed that neutralised Viking surprise. On the morning of September 25th, Harold Hardrada's forces were resting. Many had left their armour with the ships. It was a warm day, no combat expected. Some were bathing in the river. Most were simply waiting in informal encampment, not battle formation. And then English forces appeared on the horizon. The Vikings were caught completely unprepared. They attempted to form a shield wall, but many lacked armour. They sent riders to the ships for reinforcements, but ships were miles away. They were facing a fully armed, fresh, numerically comparable English army, while themselves scattered, partially unarmoured and surprised. The battle was slaughter. Sources describe it as one-sided from the start. English forces using coordinated shield wall tactics and cavalry charges. Notably, Harold's English forces were using combined arms in ways Vikings rarely did. Systematically destroyed the Viking formation. Harold Hardrada was killed early in the battle, reportedly by an arrow to the throat. Tostig was killed shortly after. The Norwegian forces, leaderless and disorganised, were pushed back, broken, routed. The English pursued fleeing Vikings for miles. Many drowned trying to cross the river. Others were cut down during retreat. Of the 300 ships that had arrived, sources claim only 24 were needed to carry survivors home. That's 92% casualties if the numbers are accurate. Probably exaggerated, but even accounting for exaggeration, this was catastrophic defeat. Here's the dark reveal that should haunt us. Stamford Bridge wasn't just a military defeat. It was proof that Viking tactics were obsolete. Harold Hardrada was using 9th century tactics in an 11th century battle. He expected surprise, expected mobility, expected to overwhelm unprepared enemies. Instead, he faced an enemy that could move faster than he could, that anticipated his tactics, that was better organised, better coordinated, and fighting on familiar terrain. Everything that should have given Vikings advantages failed. Ships, useless. English army approached by land, mobility, neutralised. English moved faster. Surprise. Reversed. Vikings were the ones surprised. Fierce individual courage. Irrelevant. English fought in coordinated formations that absorbed Viking berserker charges. The entire Viking playbook had been countered. Let me make this humanly real. Imagine being a young Norwegian warrior in Harold's army. We'll say he's 18 on his first major campaign. His father told him stories of Viking glory. The sagas sang of invincible Norse warriors conquering kingdoms. He expected to be part of that tradition, winning glory in England like his ancestors had. Instead, he's standing in ankle-deep water, no armour, holding a shield that's splintering under English blows, watching his king die, watching the formation collapse, watching experienced warriors he'd respected running for their lives. The English are organised, disciplined, relentless. They're not supposed to be this good. Vikings are supposed to win. The story said Vikings always win. He dies asking why in Old Norse, a question no one answered, because everyone who could have answered was also dying. Harold Hardrada himself embodied the obsolescence. He'd been the ultimate Viking. Warrior, fought across the Mediterranean as a mercenary, served in the Byzantine Varangian Guard, raided throughout Europe, experienced in dozens of battles. He represented everything Viking culture valued: courage, skill, ambition, glory-seeking. And he died in mud, killed by tactics he hadn't adapted to, fighting a battle his cultural framework couldn't win. The aftermath was equally telling. The survivors who fled back to Norway told stories of the defeat. But what lesson did they draw? Not, our tactics are obsolete and need updating. Instead, we fought bravely, but were unlucky. The cultural framework couldn't process the reality that Viking-style warfare was simply outdated. So they told stories of heroic last stands, of overwhelming odds, of honour in defeat. They preserved cultural myths while the culture itself died. Within weeks of Stamford Bridge, William of Normandy invaded southern England at Hastings. Harold Godwinson, having just destroyed the last Viking invasion, had to force march south to face Norman invasion. He lost at Hastings, exhausted, depleted, facing fresh troops. William conquered England using Norman tactics, castles, cavalry, feudal organisation. Viking-descended Normans succeeded where Vikings had failed, but they succeeded by not being Vikings anymore. They'd become something else, something more effective. The reflection here is stark. Stamford Bridge was Vikings killing Vikings. Not literally, English killed Norwegians, but culturally. The battle proved that Viking tactics were obsolete, that Viking-style warfare couldn't compete with evolved European military systems, that the entire cultural package had been surpassed. The age they'd created had moved beyond them. After Stamford Bridge, no major Viking invasion of England occurred. No one tried anymore. The message was clear. It didn't work. The tactics were known, the counters were developed, the advantage was gone. Within a generation, Viking raid became historical category rather than current threat. The culture had ended not with some grand catastrophe, but with a muddy defeat in Yorkshire that proved what careful observers already knew. Vikings had stopped being Vikings decades earlier. Stamford Bridge just made it official. Harold Hardrada was the last Viking king because he was the last person who still thought you could conquer kingdoms by showing up with ships and warriors and courage. He was wrong. The world had changed. Vikings hadn't. And at Stamford Bridge, that mismatch became fatal. But even if Vikings had won at Stamford Bridge, even if Harold had conquered England, there was another force already destroying Viking settlements: disease. Let's examine how walls that kept enemies out kept diseases in. Chapter 15. The disease. They couldn't outrun. Viking culture had possessed an unusual advantage against epidemic disease for most of the Viking Age. They moved. Nomadic and semi-nomadic populations are difficult for diseases to devastate because mobility breaks transmission chains. If plague appears in a temporary encampment, you strike camp and leave. The disease can't follow. For centuries, Vikings had survived by moving before death caught them. Settlement changed everything. Walls that protected Vikings from enemies trapped them with diseases. Let's establish what we mean by Viking settlements in terms of disease ecology. By the late 10th and early 11th centuries, Vikings had established urban centres: York, Dublin, Hedeby, Birka. These weren't villages. They were towns with populations in the thousands, high density, poor sanitation by modern standards, and all the characteristics that make epidemic disease catastrophic. The archaeological evidence is unambiguous. Skeletal remains from Viking Age urban sites show disease burdens dramatically higher than earlier, more mobile populations. We find evidence of tuberculosis, leprosy, various parasitic infections, and periodic epidemic diseases that killed large numbers simultaneously, visible in the archaeological record as mass graves or sudden spikes in mortality. York is particularly well documented. The Coppergate excavations revealed a Viking Age town with narrow streets, houses built wall to wall, open sewage channels running through residential areas, and accumulated garbage deposits layers thick. This was normal medieval urban life, but it was radically different from the dispersed farmsteads and temporary camps that earlier Vikings had inhabited. And it was a disease factory. The mechanisms are straightforward. High-density populations enable person-to-person disease transmission. Poor sanitation breeds waterborne illnesses: dysentery, cholera, typhoid. Shared living spaces spread respiratory infections. Rats and fleas in grain stores transmit plague. Urban life creates disease ecology that mobile life avoids. Here's the dark reveal. Vikings had survived for centuries partially because they moved before diseases could establish epidemic footholds. Bubonic plague, smallpox, typhus. These require sustained transmission to become catastrophic. In a population that disperses seasonally, that raids and then returns to dispersed farmsteads, that doesn't concentrate in cities year-round, diseases struggle to gain traction. But settled Vikings in urban centres provided exactly the conditions diseases require: high density, poor sanitation, year-round residence, and limited mobility. We have specific documentary evidence of disease outbreaks in Viking towns. The Irish Annals record plague in Dublin in 950 and again in 1095. Icelandic sources mention disease outbreaks severe enough to disrupt thing assemblies. Danish chronicles record epidemics in Hedeby. The pattern is consistent. Wherever Vikings settled into urban centres, disease followed. Let me make this viscerally real through a specific documented example. In Hedeby, Denmark, one of the largest Viking trading towns, archaeological excavations have revealed evidence of a catastrophic disease event around 1010 CE. We find mass graves containing dozens of bodies buried simultaneously, skeletal analysis showing high numbers of children and young adults, pattern consistent with epidemic disease that kills rapidly, evidence of hasty burial, bodies not carefully arranged thrown into pits, sudden abandonment of some residential areas, burn layers suggesting parts of town were deliberately fired, common practice to control disease spread. Imagine being a Danish family living in Hedeby in that year. Summer probably. Diseases spread faster in warm weather. Your neighbour's children die within days of each other. Then your own daughter develops fever. Within 2 days she's dead. Your son next. Then your wife. You watch your family die in a week, and there's nothing you can do. No medicine, no treatment, no understanding of what's killing them. Just death moving through your household, then the next, then the entire street. By the time it's over, perhaps a third of the town is dead, buried in those mass graves archaeologists found 1,000 years later. The survivors are traumatized, economically devastated, trying to rebuild. And knowing this could happen again, probably will happen again, because no one knows what causes it or how to stop it. This is what settlement meant. Vulnerability to disease in ways mobile populations avoided. When you can't run away, disease kills you. Vikings sitting in stone houses died from diseases their fathers had escaped by breaking camp and leaving. The contrast with earlier Viking lifestyle is stark. A raiding party of 100 men living on ships for months had disease challenges, scurvy, injuries, food poisoning, but not epidemic disease. If someone got sick, they might die, but transmission was limited by the small, isolated group. But those same 100 men living in a town of 3,000 people? One sick person could start an epidemic that killed hundreds. The childhood mortality data is particularly devastating. Skeletal analysis from Viking Age urban sites shows childhood mortality rates of 40–50%. That means nearly half of children born in Viking towns died before age 10, primarily from infectious disease. Compare this to modern developed nations where childhood mortality is below 1%, and you understand how catastrophically dangerous urban life was in medieval conditions. This created a demographic trap. Urban Vikings needed high birth rates just to maintain population, because so many children died. But high density makes disease worse, which kills more children, requiring even higher birth rates. The system barely maintained equilibrium, and any disruption, crop failure, war, trade interruption, could trigger population collapse. There's a grim irony in the fact that Vikings created their own disease vulnerabilities. They built walls to feel safe from human enemies. The walls trapped them with microscopic enemies far more deadly. They concentrated populations for economic and military efficiency. Concentration created the perfect conditions for epidemic disease. Every improvement to their settlements made them more vulnerable to the thing that would kill them. The reflection here is uncomfortable. Civilization creates vulnerability. The same urban concentrations that enable trade, culture, specialization and wealth also enable disease. Vikings discovered this the hard way, by building towns and watching their children die in them at rates that would have been unthinkable in dispersed mobile populations. By the 11th century, disease was a constant presence in Viking settlements. Not constant epidemic, that would have destroyed populations entirely, but constant background mortality, with periodic epidemic spikes that killed hundreds. This wasn't unique to Vikings. All medieval urban populations suffered similarly. But for Vikings, it represented a radical change. Their ancestors had moved. They sat still. Their ancestors had avoided disease by dispersing. They concentrated and died. When Vikings stopped moving, mortality caught up. When they built walls, they built tombs. When they chose permanence, they chose vulnerability to every disease that preyed on settled populations. The ships that had protected them by enabling escape were rotting in boathouses. The walls that replaced ships couldn't protect them from typhus, dysentery, plague, and the 100 other diseases that killed medieval urban populations wholesale. Stamford Bridge showed that Viking tactics were obsolete. Disease showed that Viking settlement choices were fatal. Together they demonstrated that the culture had transformed into something that couldn't survive in the world it had created. But these were just symptoms. The underlying disease was economic. Vikings had made themselves obsolete. Let's examine the economics of that obsolescence. Chapter 16. The economics of obsolescence. There's a brutal economic reality that predators rarely acknowledge. You can hunt prey to extinction, and then you starve. Vikings spent 2 centuries teaching European kingdoms to be unprofitable targets, and by the year 1000 they'd succeeded so thoroughly that raiding was no longer viable as an economic model. The transformation happened systematically, though no one was consciously coordinating it. European institutions adapted to Viking threats, and each adaptation made raids less profitable until the entire business model collapsed. Let's examine the mechanisms, because the details reveal how economic adaptation kills military advantage. First, churches stopped keeping wealth in accessible forms. After 200 years of monastery raids, Christian institutions learned. Treasures were buried, distributed across multiple locations, or converted into forms Vikings couldn't easily transport. Gold altarpieces melted down and hidden, silver distributed among multiple churches, jewelled manuscripts copied and the originals concealed. By the late 10th century, when Vikings raided a monastery, they increasingly found stone buildings with minimal portable wealth. The Irish annals document this perfectly. Early raids, 793, 1820, 840, describe Vikings taking massive plunder from monasteries. Later raids, 980, 1010, 1050, describe Vikings burning monasteries but taking little of value. The targets had adapted. They'd learned to be unprofitable. Second, trade routes shifted away from exposed coastal areas. Merchants who'd operated from coastal towns moved inland or changed routes entirely. Markets relocated to fortified towns. Valuable goods travelled by defended roads rather than vulnerable sea lanes. The economic geography of Europe reorganised itself around Viking threat, and that reorganisation meant less concentrated wealth in places Vikings could easily reach. Third, and most devastating, credit systems began replacing physical silver. By the 11th century, European merchants increasingly used bills of exchange, credit arrangements, and other financial instruments rather than carrying physical coin. This was partially a response to theft in general, but Viking raids accelerated the transition, and credit systems were useless to Vikings. You can't plunder a letter of credit. Raiders need physical wealth they can carry. Financialized wealth is invisible to predators. Fourth, fortification made raiding expensive. The burr system we discussed earlier wasn't just militarily effective, it was economically expensive for raiders. Attacking fortified towns required siege equipment, time, provisions, all of which cost money and lives. The cost-benefit calculation shifted. Before fortification, a Viking raid might risk 5% casualties for substantial plunder. After fortification, the same raid might risk 20% casualties for minimal plunder. Basic economics. When costs exceed benefits, you stop doing the activity. Here's the dark reveal that should trouble anyone thinking about sustainable predation. There was simply less to steal by the year 1000. 2 centuries of Viking raids had taught Europeans to minimise portable wealth, fortify valuable locations, and develop financial systems that raiders couldn't access. Vikings had optimised Europeans into being unprofitable targets. Let me give you a specific documented example that crystallises this perfectly. Around 1020, a Danish raiding force, sources don't give us names, just describe Danes from Ireland, attacked a monastery on the northern French coast. They burned buildings, killed some defenders, and searched for plunder. They found, according to Frankish chronicles, nothing but stones and bones. The phrase is almost poetic in its bleakness. Nothing but stones and bones. The monastery had been raided so many times that it no longer kept any portable wealth. The buildings were stone, fireproof basically. The residents had been evacuated when lookouts spotted ships. What remained was architectural structure and corpses from previous raids. Nothing to take. Nothing. To justify the voyage. the risk, the effort. The Vikings stood in ruins they themselves had created decades earlier, unable to profit from further destruction. They'd killed the golden goose repeatedly until it stopped laying golden eggs. Then they'd killed the goose itself. Now they were standing over goose bones wondering why there was no gold. This incident was repeated across hundreds of sites. Vikings arriving at targets that should have been profitable, finding them empty, fortified, or already plundered beyond recovery. The mathematics were brutal. Raiding had become unprofitable. Consider the calculation a Viking leader had to make by 1020. Outfit a ship, 500 ounces of silver in costs, ship maintenance, provisions, recruiting crew. Sail to England, 1 month travel time, weather risks, navigation challenges, raid a coastal target, find it fortified or empty, fight past defences, lose 10-15 men, significant injuries. Plunder obtained, perhaps 100 ounces of silver if you're lucky. Return voyage, another month, more weather risks, possibly naval opposition. Total profit, 100 ounces gained, 500 ounces spent, 10 men dead. Net result, catastrophic loss. When the business model produces losses, people stop doing business. By the 1020s, 1030s, fewer and fewer Viking expeditions were launching, because word had spread, there's nothing left to take. The psychological impact must have been profound. Imagine being a young Danish warrior around 1030, hearing your grandfather's stories of raiding wealth, easy plunder, ships returning loaded with silver. You try it yourself. You mortgage your farm to outfit a ship. You recruit a crew. You sail to England. And you discover that everything your grandfather said is no longer true. The monasteries are empty. The towns are fortified. English forces are competent and aggressive. You barely escape with your life and return home in debt, having lost friends for nothing. You can't do what your grandfather did because the world changed. The targets adapted. The prey evolved defences. And no one told you this would happen because your culture was still telling stories about Viking glory from 50 years ago, not acknowledging present reality. This is how economic models die, through slow accumulation of unprofitability until everyone realises the game is over. Vikings didn't have a single moment where raiding ended. They had decades of gradually worsening returns, each expedition less profitable than the last, until eventually no one bothered anymore because everyone knew it didn't work. The transition to Danegeld, extracting tribute instead of plunder, was an attempt to sustain the economic model, but as we discussed earlier, Danegeld made Vikings dependent on the stability of kingdoms they'd once terrorized. It converted them from predators to parasites, then from parasites to stakeholders. By the time Vikings needed European kingdoms to be stable and wealthy so they could extract tribute, they'd already lost. The human dimension of this economic collapse is visible in migration patterns. Icelandic sagas describe increasing numbers of men going west for plunder in the 9th and early 10th centuries. By the later 10th and 11th centuries, these voyages become rarer, and saga descriptions shift from seeking wealth to seeking service. Men going west to serve as mercenaries rather than raiders. The economic opportunity had shifted from independent raiding to wage labour. This is cultural death through economic obsolescence. When your defining activity, raiding, stops being profitable, what are you? Vikings without raiding are just Scandinavians. The culture was economic as much as ethnic. When the economics failed, the culture failed. The reflection here is stark. Predators can make themselves obsolete by teaching prey to defend themselves. Vikings were too successful. They raided so effectively, so consistently, for so long that they forced European kingdoms to evolve defences and adaptations that made raiding impossible. They were victims of their own success. They'd created an environment where Viking-style raiding couldn't work anymore. By 1050 there was nothing left to raid and no one left who knew how to raid effectively anyway. The targets had adapted. The raiders had settled. The The skills had degraded. The economics had collapsed. Raiding as a way of life had become as extinct as the culture that practiced it. But economic obsolescence wasn't killing Viking culture alone. Vikings were simultaneously destroying themselves through internal conflict. Civil wars over kingship that consumed the warrior energy that had once conquered Europe. Let's examine how monarchy became cultural poison. Chapter 17: The Civil Wars That Ate Scandinavia. The great tragedy of Viking centralisation is that by creating kingdoms, they created something to fight over, and Scandinavian warriors spent the 10th and 11th centuries killing each other for crowns that shouldn't have existed, using violence that could have conquered continents to instead conquer fjords, burning energy that had terrified Europe on succession disputes that benefited no one. The pattern repeated across all three Scandinavian kingdoms with tedious consistency. Strong king unifies region, weak king loses control, succession crisis, civil war, new strong king emerges, cycle repeats. Norway, Denmark, Sweden, all three followed this cycle for 2 centuries, and every cycle consumed warriors, wealth, and energy in conflicts that produced no external expansion, no plunder, no profit. Just Scandinavians killing Scandinavians over who got to be king. Let's trace one cycle in detail to understand the mechanism. Harald Fairhair unifies Norway around 872, 900, through warfare and political marriage. He dies around 933. Immediately his sons, he had many sons, another problem with monarchy, began fighting over succession. Eric Bloodaxe, one of Harald's sons, murders several brothers to secure power. Other brothers flee or rebel. Norway fragments into civil war. The sources describe battles where Norwegian jarls who'd raided England together are now killing each other over loyalty to different claimants. Warriors whose grandfathers had sailed to Paris are dying in Norwegian fjords fighting other Norwegians. The violence that had conquered half of England is turned inward, consuming itself. Eric Bloodaxe is eventually driven out, flees to England, where he briefly rules Viking York before being killed. His departure triggers more succession fighting. Håkon the Good, another of Harald's sons raised Christian in England, seizes power. He attempts to Christianize Norway forcefully, triggering rebellions from pagans. More civil war. Håkon dies in battle around 961, killed by Norwegians, and the cycle continues. Harald Greycloak succeeds. Håkon rules briefly, is killed by Danish king. Denmark and Norway fight over Norwegian throne. Norwegian jarls who'd been autonomous before Harald Fairhair unified Norway are now forced to pick sides in Danish-Norwegian conflicts. More battles, more dead Norwegians, more waste. Here's the dark reveal that should horrify us. Probably more Scandinavian warriors died in succession disputes between 950–1050 than died raiding England in the entire Viking Age. The numbers are estimates. Medieval sources exaggerate, but the pattern is clear. The majority of military energy in 10th–11th century Scandinavia was spent on internal conflicts, not external expansion. This represents catastrophic misallocation of cultural resources. Every warrior who died fighting over who'd be king of Norway was a warrior who didn't raid England, didn't settle Iceland, didn't explore new territories. Every ship used to transport forces in Norwegian civil wars was a ship not used for expansion. The culture was consuming itself. Denmark followed the same pattern. Gorm the Old and his son Harald Bluetooth centralised Danish power in the mid-10th century. Harald's son Sweyn Forkbeard fought his father for power. Sweyn's sons fought each other. The cycle repeated endlessly. Danish warriors killing Danish warriors while England, which they'd nearly conquered, recovered and fortified itself. Sweden was less centralised but followed similar patterns. Swedish petty kingdoms fought each other for dominance throughout the 10th and 11th centuries. The violence was constant, consuming warrior populations in battles that benefited no one, except whoever temporarily controlled Uppsala or Sigtuna. Let me make this human through a specific example. Olaf II of Norway, St. Olaf, later canonized by the Church, attempted to forcefully Christianize Norway and centralize royal power in the 1020s. He was brutal about it, executing pagan leaders, destroying temples, forcing conversions. This triggered rebellions. Norwegian jarls who tolerated Olaf's rule but opposed his methods allied with Knut the Great of Denmark. Knut invaded Norway in 1028. Olaf fled to Russia. In 1030, Olaf returned with an army, attempting to reclaim his throne. He was killed at the Battle of Stiklestad by Norwegian forces loyal to Knut. Olaf died fighting Norwegians, killed by Norwegians, in a battle over who would rule Norway. The saga sources describe the battle in detail. Olaf fighting bravely, surrounded by enemies, dying with honour. But stripped of saga heroics, what actually happened? Norwegian warrior king killed by Norwegian warriors in Norwegian civil war over Norwegian succession. Zero external expansion, zero profit. Just Norwegians killing the king they'd crowned 15 years earlier because they didn't want him to be king anymore. This is cultural suicide. Olaf represented what Vikings had become. A warrior king trying to rule a kingdom using force, dying when his subjects decided they preferred different rulers. He was killed by the very system he'd tried to maintain. Monarchy murdered him. The wasted human capital is staggering when you calculate it. Estimate conservatively, perhaps 2,000 warriors died at Stiklestad. How many raids could 2,000 warriors conduct? How much wealth could they acquire? How many settlements could they establish? Instead, they died in a Norwegian field fighting other Norwegians over who'd be king. Their deaths profited no one except worms and saga poets. Multiply Stiklestad by the dozens of succession battles, rebellions and civil wars that racked Scandinavia from 950 to 1100. Tens of thousands of warriors dead, hundreds of thousands of man-hours wasted on internal conflicts, resources spent on civil wars instead of expansion. This is what monarchy cost Vikings. They spent their warrior culture killing themselves instead of expanding their empire. The psychological dimension is worth considering. Imagine being a Norwegian warrior in 1030 at Stiklestad. Your father fought at Stamford Bridge alongside Harold Hardrada. Your grandfather raided England under Sween Forkbeard. You're fighting other Norwegians in Norway over whether Olaf or Knut's son should be king. You can't even remember why this matters. You just know your Jarl chose Knut's side, so you're here, killing men who speak your language, worship your gods, share your culture, because of succession disputes you don't understand and don't benefit from. This is what monarchy did. It converted external violence into internal violence. Warriors whose culture celebrated raiding foreign lands were now killing their neighbours over political disputes. The violence remained, Vikings were still violent, but it was directed inward, consuming the culture rather than expanding it. By 1100, Scandinavia was exhausted. Generations of civil war had depleted warrior populations, destroyed wealth, fragmented political unity. The kingdoms that emerged, Norway, Denmark, Sweden, were weak, internally divided, and incapable of external expansion. They'd spent a century fighting over who'd rule Scandinavia, while Europe fortified itself, and moved beyond Viking threats. The reflection is bitter. Vikings imported monarchy thinking it would strengthen them. It destroyed them. They created kingdoms thinking it would consolidate power. It fragmented power into competing factions. They established succession thinking it would create stability. It created permanent instability as every succession triggered conflict. Monarchy was poison because it gave Vikings something to fight over besides foreign wealth. Before monarchy, ambition meant raiding. After monarchy, ambition meant succession disputes. The culture's energy turned inward and consumed itself. By the time civil wars exhausted themselves in the 12th century, there were no Vikings left. Just Scandinavian kingdoms with Viking-sounding names, fighting each other over territories, using tactics copied from European feudalism, bearing no resemblance to the raiders who terrified Europe 3 centuries earlier. But even as warriors were killing each other over crowns, another quieter transformation was happening in homes and nurseries. Women were choosing to raise their children differently. Let's examine how mothers killed Viking culture more effectively than any army. Chapter 18. The mothers who stopped teaching the old ways. Cultural transmission happens in bedrooms, nurseries and kitchens more than in thing assemblies or battlefields. Women teach children language, values, stories, and the fundamental frameworks through which children understand reality. When Viking women, and women married to Vikings, chose to transmit Christian values instead of pagan ones, chose to teach peace instead of violence, chose to raise farmers instead of warriors, they deleted Viking culture more thoroughly than any military defeat could have. This wasn't a conspiracy or coordinated campaign. It was thousands of individual mothers making individual choices about how to raise their children, but those individual choices aggregated into cultural transformation. Let's examine the mechanism carefully. In traditional Viking culture, mothers did teach children language, basic skills, cultural knowledge, but warrior training was fathers' responsibility. Boys learned violence from men. The cultural package of Viking values, courage, honour, revenge, glory-seeking, was transmitted male to male through stories, training, and participation in raiding. But as Vikings Christianized, the religious framework shifted dramatically. Christian mothers taught Christian values, humility, forgiveness, peace, eternal salvation through faith rather than earthly glory. These values are fundamentally incompatible with Viking warrior culture. You can't teach a child that violence is sin, and also teach him that dying gloriously in battle is the highest achievement. You can't teach turn the other cheek, and also teach avenge insults to your honour. The frameworks are mutually exclusive. Christian mothers chose Christianity, and in choosing Christianity they chose to raise children who couldn't be Vikings. Here's the specific mechanism through which this operated. A Norwegian woman, we'll call her Astrid, marries a converted Viking chieftain around 980. She's Christian, raised by Christian parents. Her husband converted for political convenience but maintained some pagan practices privately. They have a son. Astrid raises the son speaking Norwegian, teaching prayers, telling Bible stories. She teaches that God punishes violence, rewards mercy, judges based on behaviour, not battle glory. She teaches that killing is sin, that vengeance belongs to God, that earthly glory is vanity. She does this because she believes it. She's genuinely Christian. The boy's father tells him stories of his grandfather, a legendary raider who burned monasteries across Ireland. The father says this proudly, expecting the boy to be inspired. But the boy has been taught that burning monasteries is sin, that his grandfather, unbaptized, died damned, that the deeds the family celebrates sent his grandfather to hell. The boy asks, "Father, why are you proud that grandfather is burning in hell?" The father has no good answer. The cultural transmission breaks down. The boy grows up Christian, cannot understand why his ancestors' deeds were praiseworthy, cannot imagine wanting to live that way. He becomes a farmer, eventually a minor church official, raises his own children as Christians who know even less about pagan warrior culture than he did. 3 generations, legendary raider, converted chieftain, Christian farmer. The culture died in nurseries while warriors were still fighting battles. This pattern repeated across every Christianized Viking settlement. Mothers taught Christian values because they were Christian. Children absorbed those values as fundamental reality. Fathers' attempts to transmit warrior culture failed because Christian frameworks had already shaped how children understood the world. Let me give you a documented example. The saga of Olaf Tryggvason describes how Christian missionaries in Norway, around 995 to 1000, specifically targeted women. The missionaries understood that women taught children, so converting women meant converting the next generation. The sagas describe Norwegian women embracing Christianity more enthusiastically than men, because Christianity offered certain protections and elevated status that pagan culture didn't always provide. Whether this description is accurate or propaganda, the result was real. Christianized Viking women raised Christian children. Within 2 generations, pagan warrior culture existed only in stories, distant, incomprehensible, increasingly condemned as sinful barbarism. The dark reveal here is that this was irreversible. Military conquest can be overthrown, you kill the conquerors, rebel, reassert independence. But when mothers choose to transmit different values to children, those children are permanently transformed. You can't rebel against your own. Cognitive framework. The way you were taught to think as a child shapes how you think as an adult. Children raised Christian, taught that violence is sin, raised to value peace and humility. These children cannot become Viking warriors no matter how much their fathers or grandfathers want them to. Consider the specific case of Greenland, which we examined earlier. When Christian missionaries reached Greenland in the 11th century, they found resistant male populations but receptive women. Women converted, taught children Christianity, and within 3 generations Greenland was thoroughly Christian. The last Greenland Vikings died wearing crosses, praying to Christ, completely disconnected from the pagan warrior culture their ancestors had embodied. The tragedy from a cultural transmission perspective is that women were making rational choices. Christianity offered literacy, church education, elevated status, Christian marriage versus concubinage, moral community, church support networks, and eternal salvation. Pagan warrior culture offered violence, early death, and posthumous glory that meant nothing to women who'd never participate in raids. Of course, women chose Christianity. The choice was obvious, but those rational choices killed the culture. Every mother who taught her son that violence was sin, that glory was vanity, that Christ rewarded humility, she was deleting one more potential Viking warrior from the next generation. Multiply that by thousands of mothers over 4 generations, and you've deleted an entire culture without a single battle. There's a poignant detail in the Icelandic sagas that captures this. The saga of Burnt Njal, set around 1000 CE, describes generational conflict between an older, pagan-influenced generation and a younger Christian generation. The older generation still believes in honour killings, revenge and reputation. The younger generation, raised by Christian mothers, finds this horrifying. They cannot understand why anyone would choose violence over legal settlement, revenge over forgiveness, reputation over salvation. The saga treats this as noble moral progress, but from the perspective of cultural continuity, it's extinction. The younger generation cannot be what their fathers were because their mothers taught them to find their fathers' values reprehensible. The reflection here is uncomfortable. Cultures are transmitted by those who raise children. If you change who raises children or what they teach, you change the culture in 1 generation. Viking men conquered territories, but Viking women, and women married to Vikings, chose what their children would become, and they chose Christianity, peace, farming, salvation. They chose to not create more Vikings. This isn't a criticism of the women's choices. Christianity genuinely offered women things pagan culture didn't, and choosing better options for yourself and your children is rational. But the cultural consequence was extinction, when women stopped teaching boys to value violence, glory and battle. They stopped producing Vikings. The culture died in cradles and nurseries, sung away by Christian lullabies and prayers taught by mothers who'd chosen different futures for their sons. By 1050, the last generation that even remembered pagan Viking culture was dying. Their children were Christian. Their grandchildren couldn't imagine life without Christ. The cultural memory had been erased in 2 generations, not through force, but through mothers choosing what to teach their children and children accepting what their mothers taught. When mothers chose Christ, they chose their sons' futures. and Vikings had no future in those choices. The culture was deleted by the Quietist Revolution, women refusing to raise more warriors. But even if Christian mothers had somehow continued teaching pagan values, Vikings were facing another crisis. The climate itself was turning against them. Let's examine the winter that destroyed ambition. Chapter 19. The winter that destroyed ambition. There's a specific winter that appears in multiple Scandinavian and European sources from 1010 1011 CE. Contemporary accounts describe it as catastrophically harsh. Rivers froze solid across Europe, the Baltic Sea iced over, livestock died en masse, food stores depleted, and Vikings who'd once raided in winter storms found themselves starving at home, unable to survive weather their ancestors had treated as inconvenience. This wasn't the first hard winter in medieval Europe, and it wouldn't be the last. But it hit Vikings at a particularly vulnerable moment, when they'd transformed from mobile raiders into settled farmers, when they'd traded anti-fragility for agricultural dependence, when they'd given up the option to simply take what they needed. Let's establish what the winter of 1010-1011 actually meant in practical terms. The Annals of Ulster describe rivers frozen for months. Frankish chronicles mention widespread famine. Scandinavian sources describe livestock death rates approaching 60-70% in some regions. Archaeological evidence from lake cores and tree rings confirms a period of extreme cold and precipitation. For settled Viking populations, Danelaw in England, Norse settlements in Ireland, farming communities in Denmark, Norway and Sweden. This was catastrophic. Your wealth isn't portable silver anymore, it's sheep in fields. When sheep freeze, your wealth vanishes. Your food security isn't raiding, it's stored grain and livestock you slaughter through winter. When livestock dies and grain stores deplete early, you starve. The specific horror was that there was no raiding solution. In earlier Viking culture, if your local region failed, you raided someone else's region. Food shortage? Raid granaries? Livestock dead? Steal others' livestock. Viking mobility was insurance against local catastrophe. You could always go take what you needed elsewhere. But by 1010, that option had disappeared. You're a farmer now. Your farm is in England or Denmark or Norway. It's frozen. Everyone else's farms are also frozen. The ships, if you still have them, can't sail through ice-choked waters. Even if you could sail, where would you raid? Everywhere is frozen. Everyone is starving. There's nothing to take because the catastrophe is regional, not local. Here's the dark reveal that should terrify anyone who thinks about food security. Farming creates fragility that raiding avoided. Raiders were anti-fragile. They could always adapt, move, take from those who had. Farmers are fragile. They depend on specific conditions, specific seasons, specific resources they can't replace. When those conditions fail, farmers starve. Vikings had chosen to become farmers, so when winter came, they starved. Let me make this humanly real through a composite picture based on archaeological and textual evidence. A Swedish farming family, father, mother, 4 children, living in a settlement that had been prosperous. They'd had 60 sheep at autumn slaughter. They'd stored grain for winter. They'd prepared. By February 1011, 40 of the 60 sheep are dead. Frozen, starved, or slaughtered early because they were dying anyway. The grain stores are nearly depleted because they've had to feed themselves for longer than expected. Winter came early, stayed late. They're eating seed grain now, the grain they'd saved to plant in spring. They know they're dooming next year's harvest, but they're starving today. By March, they're eating sheep they'd normally slaughter in autumn. Slaughtering now because the animals are starving too, might as well get what meat remains. The children are thin, constantly cold, getting sick. One daughter dies, the 5-year-old, from something, they're not sure what. Maybe just accumulated weakness and cold. By April, they're eating leather, boiling boots and belts to extract any nutrition. The father travels to a monastery begging for food. The monastery, Christian institution Vikings had once raided provides some grain. Charity from Christians to starving Vikings who'd burned that same monastery 60 years earlier. The humiliation is complete. They survive until May when spring finally arrives. But they've eaten their seed grain. They have no animals to breed. They're in debt to the monastery. They'll spend the next 3 years recovering, assuming next winter is normal. If next winter is also hard, they'll die. This family's grandfather had raided Paris, had taken what he wanted when he wanted, had been mobile, dangerous, independent. The grandfather would have responded to winter by sailing south to where winter was lighter, raiding for food, adapting and surviving. His grandchildren sat in a stone house and starved, trapped by stone foundations and agricultural dependencies, waiting for weather to allow them to plant crops they didn't have seed to plant anymore, depending on Christian charity to survive. The contrast reveals everything about what Vikings had become. They traded independence for property, mobility for permanence, anti-fragility for agricultural productivity, and when conditions shifted against them, they had no response except to endure, beg, or die. The winter of 1010 to 1011 didn't just kill livestock and deplete food stores, it killed expeditionary ambition. Vikings who'd once launched raids in any season found themselves unable to survive a hard winter at home. The culture that had crossed the North Atlantic in winter storms couldn't keep a family fed when the local harvest failed. The psychological impact must have been devastating. The cognitive dissonance of being descended from legendary raiders while begging Christian monks for food. The humiliation of weakness, of vulnerability, of dependence on the very institutions your ancestors had terrorized. The recognition that you couldn't do what your grandfather did, not because you lacked courage, but because you'd become a different kind of person, living a different kind of life. Contemporary sources describe Vikings, settled Vikings in England and Normandy particularly, seeking church aid during the harsh winter. Monastery records show distributions of food to lay populations, including Norse-descended farmers. The sources don't frame this as remarkable. It was routine charity. But consider what it meant symbolically. Descendants of Viking raiders lining up at monastery gates, receiving bread from Christian monks, dependent on the charity of institutions their culture had once viewed as vulnerable prey. This is cultural transformation made visible. The predator became supplicant. The raider became beggar. The independent warrior became dependent farmer hoping for charity. And all it took was one bad winter to reveal how completely the transformation had occurred. The economic data supports the human picture. Trade records show Scandinavian commerce dropping in 1011, 1012. Iceland experienced food shortages severe enough that thing assemblies were disrupted. Greenland settlements, always marginal, suffered catastrophically. Some farms were abandoned permanently. The Viking economic network, already weakening, took damage it never fully recovered from. But perhaps most telling is what didn't happen. There's no record of Vikings responding to the 1010-1011 winter with increased raiding. If this had occurred in 850, harsh winter in Scandinavia would have triggered massive raid expeditions, desperate men seeking food and wealth elsewhere. But in 1010-1011, nothing. Vikings sat still and endured. They'd lost the option to respond with raiding because they'd lost the capacity for raiding. The reflection here is stark. When you optimize for stability, you sacrifice resilience to disruption. Settled agriculture in good conditions produces more wealth than raiding. But in bad conditions, raiders adapt and farmers die. Vikings chose stability, productivity, and permanence. They got those things, but they lost resilience. And when conditions turned bad, they discovered they traded away the attributes that had kept them alive. The winter of 1010-1011 didn't cause Viking decline. It revealed Viking decline. It showed that the transformation from raiders to farmers was complete, irreversible, and fatal to the culture that had made Vikings fearsome. They couldn't go back to raiding because they'd forgotten how. because their ships were rotted, because the skills were gone, because they were farmers now, and farmers starve when winters are harsh. By the time spring arrived and survivors could plant crops, Viking culture was functionally dead. It had been dead for decades, probably, but the hard winter made it visible. The descendants of Vikings were now just Scandinavian farmers and townspeople, vulnerable to weather, dependent on harvests, praying to Christian gods for mercy from climate they couldn't control. But even if Vikings had maintained resilience to winter, they were losing something even more fundamental. The language itself was disappearing. Let's examine how Vikings talked themselves out of existence. Chapter 20. The language that erased itself. Languages encode worldviews. The words available in a language shape what thoughts are easily thinkable, what concepts are naturally expressible. Old Norse, the language of Vikings, had rich vocabulary for ships, weapons, honour, kinship ties, raiding, and violence. When Vikings stopped speaking Old Norse, they stopped being able to think Viking thoughts. The deletion of language was deletion of culture. Let's trace how this happened, because the linguistic evidence reveals cultural dissolution with unusual clarity. In Normandy, the transformation was fastest. Rollo received Normandy in 911. His son, William Longsword, was bilingual, spoke both Old Norse and Old French. His grandson, Richard the Sir, primarily spoke French. By the fourth generation, roughly 900 and east of 1000, Norman descendants of Vikings spoke only French. The language shift took 3 generations. The cultural implications were immediate. French has no precise equivalent for Old Norse concepts like holmgang, dueling on island to settle disputes, drapa, praise poems celebrating violent deeds, fostbrödralag, sworn brotherhood among warriors. When you lose the words, you lose the concepts. Norman French speakers couldn't think about the world in Viking terms because the linguistic framework didn't exist. In England, the shift took longer but followed the same pattern. The Danelaw, regions of England under Viking control, developed a hybrid language mixing Old Norse and Old English. This is why English has hundreds of Norse loanwords: sky, egg, knife, husband, law. But by the 11th century, most descendants of Danish settlers spoke primarily Old English. Norse became a heritage language, then disappeared entirely. By 1100, English with Norse ancestry were monolingual English speakers. Even in Scandinavia, Old Norse evolved and fragmented. Norwegian, Danish and Swedish began diverging as separate languages. The language unity that had helped Vikings communicate across regions dissolved. A Norwegian Viking in 1100 would struggle to understand a Dane. Their mutual language was fragmenting. But the most telling evidence comes from vocabulary loss. Let's examine what words Old Norse was losing by the 11th century. Ship terminology degraded first. Old Norse had dozens of words for different ship types, different parts of ships, different sailing conditions. These were technical vocabulary that required practical knowledge. As seafaring declined, the vocabulary disappeared. A Norwegian farmer in 1050 might know skip, ship, but not snekja, specific type of warship, karfi, specific cargo ship design, or the dozens of technical terms master shipwrights used. The vocabulary died with the skills. Raiding vocabulary followed. Old Norse had rich terminology for different types of raids, different strategies, different plunder. Words like herja, raid violently, ransfor, plundering expedition, Viking, going raiding. As raiding stopped, the precise meanings blurred. Eventually they became general terms or disappeared entirely. You can't maintain vocabulary for activities you no longer perform. Here's the dark reveal. Language death is cultural death made visible. When Old Norse stopped having words for raiding concepts, Vikings had already stopped raiding. The language was recording reality. The culture had changed, so the language changed to match. But more importantly, language shapes thought. When your language lacks words for raiding strategies, you literally cannot think complex thoughts about raiding. The The cognitive framework doesn't exist. Children raised speaking French or English, even if their fathers spoke Old Norse, couldn't think Viking thoughts because their language didn't provide the categories. Let me make this concrete through a specific example. An elderly Norwegian woman, we'll call her Sigrid, born around 980, dies around 1080. She grew up speaking Old Norse fluently, learning the language from her grandmother who'd never spoken anything else. Sigrid married a Christian Norwegian man, had children, grandchildren. In 1075, Sigrid is speaking with her grandchildren. She tells them a story from her youth about her grandfather's raids in Scotland. She tells it in Old Norse because that's the language of these stories, the language her grandmother used. But her grandchildren, ages 8, 10, 13, don't fully understand. They speak primarily Old Norwegian, which is diverging from Old Norse, mixed with Christian Latin terms. They understand some words, but not all. They understand the basic narrative, but not the cultural context, not the honour concepts, not the worldview. Sigrid tries to explain Drapa, the praise poem about her grandfather's battles. But her grandchildren don't have a word for this concept. They know hymn, Christian songs. They don't know Drapa, pagan warrior praise poetry. The concept literally doesn't exist in their linguistic universe. Sigrid realises her grandchildren can't understand her, not because they're stupid, but because they don't speak her language, and that language encoded a worldview they don't possess. She's speaking across a cognitive gap that's unbridgeable. The language she thinks in is dying, and when it dies, all the thoughts it enabled will die too. Sigrid is the last person in her family who can think in Old Norse. When she dies in 1080, the linguistic connection to Viking culture dies with her. Her grandchildren will tell their children about great-great-grandmother who told strange stories we didn't understand. The content is lost because the language that encoded the content is lost. This happened thousands of times across Viking settlements. The last native Old Norse speakers dying, surrounded by descendants who spoke English, French, Irish, languages that couldn't express Viking concepts, couldn't think Viking thoughts. The archaeological evidence captures this linguistically. Runic inscriptions, written Old Norse, become less common through the 11th century and virtually disappear by 1100 in most regions. Partly this reflects Christianization. Latin replaces runes, but it also reflects language death. People stopped writing Old Norse because people stopped speaking Old Norse because people had become something other than Norse. Iceland maintained Old Norse longest. Geographical isolation preserved it. But even in Iceland, the language evolved, absorbed Christian Latin vocabulary, lost raiding terminology. By 1200, Icelandic sagas were being written down in a language that had changed substantially from the language of the Viking Age. The scribes were trying to preserve a culture they no longer lived, using a language that had already transformed. The reflection here is profound. Cultures live in language. When language dies, culture dies, because you can't transmit cultural concepts without words to express them. Vikings dissolved linguistically. They stopped speaking the language that encoded Viking worldview, started speaking languages that encoded different worldviews, and in doing so became different people. You can't be a Viking if you can't speak about raiding, ships, honour, glory in Viking terms. You can approximate it with English or French words, but it's not the same. The precision is lost, the nuance missing, the worldview degraded. By 1100, Old Norse existed mainly in Iceland and was already transforming. Elsewhere, it had been replaced by local languages. And with that linguistic replacement, the final connection to Viking culture was severed. People of Viking ancestry remained, but they thought in English or French or Irish, and thinking in those languages they couldn't be Vikings. Language death is the quietest extinction. No battles, no drama, just grandparents speaking words grandchildren don't understand until the grandparents die, and the words die with them. Viking culture died in nurseries and kitchens when mothers stopped teaching children Old Norse, stopped using Viking vocabulary, stopped encoding the world in Viking linguistic terms. When the words disappeared, the world they describe became literally unthinkable, and what can't be thought can't be lived. The language erased itself by changing, and in changing it erased the culture it had once encoded. But there was one more transformation occurring that crystallized everything we've discussed. Warriors were becoming criminals. Let's examine what happened when Viking attributes became crimes. Chapter 21. The Berserkers who became criminals. Berserkers, warriors who fought in trance states, supposedly possessed by animal spirits, immune to pain and fear, were heroes in Viking raiding culture. They were shock troops, elite warriors, sacred to Odin. Saga literature celebrates them. Archaeological evidence confirms their existence. Certain burials show warrior remains with physical trauma patterns and grave goods suggesting berserker status. They were real, valued, and essential to Viking military effectiveness. And by the mid-11th century they were being hunted down and executed as criminals by the same Scandinavian kingdoms their ancestors had served. The transformation reveals everything about what happened to Viking culture. Attributes that made you valuable in raiding culture, violent frenzy, fearlessness, uncontrolled aggression, willingness to die, became liabilities in settled Christian kingdoms. What was sacred became illegal in one generation. Let's examine what berserkers actually were, stripping away saga embellishment. The Old Norse term berserker likely means bear shirt. Warriors who wore bear or wolf skins. Sources describe them entering battle rage where they became insensible to pain, impossibly strong and completely fearless. Modern interpretations suggest this might have involved psychoactive substances, mushrooms, henbane, psychological conditioning, or genuine dissociative states triggered by trauma and training. Whatever the mechanism, berserkers were effective. In shield wall combat, having warriors who would charge fearlessly into enemy formations, absorb wounds without flinching, fight until physically incapable, this broke enemy morale and created tactical advantages. Berserkers were force multipliers. Viking warbands prized them. But berserkers in peacetime were problems. The same attributes that made them valuable in combat made them dangerous in civilian contexts. Uncontrolled aggression, inability to back down from conflicts, tendency toward violence, these disasters in settled communities. Berserkers couldn't turn it off. The psychological conditioning or chemical dependency or whatever made them effective warriors made them socially dysfunctional. Early Viking culture accommodated this through constant warfare. Berserkers were always deployed somewhere, always fighting, always directed at external enemies. But as Vikings settled, as raiding declined, as peace became more common, berserkers had no outlet. And violence without external outlet turns inward. Here's the dark reveal that should trouble us. Qualities Vikings had deliberately cultivated in warriors became crimes when Viking kingdoms transitioned to peace. Christian kings in Scandinavia, attempting to establish law and order, found berserkers were ungovernable. They couldn't be integrated into feudal hierarchies because they couldn't control themselves. They couldn't be directed because they recognized no authority in their battle rage. So Christian Viking kingdoms began outlawing them. Norwegian laws from the 11th century specifically mention penalties for berserker gang, going berserk. The laws treat it as a crime punishable by death or outlawry. Danish law codes similar. Swedish sources describe berserkers being hunted down and killed. Let me give you a specific example from Egil's saga. Though this is saga literature, so historicity is uncertain, it captures the cultural transformation. The saga describes Kveldulf, a berserker who terrorized enemies for decades. In his old age, living in a Norway that's been Christianized and unified under a king, Kveldulf is executed on royal order. The saga frames this as tragedy, a great warrior destroyed by weak kings who fear what they can't control. But read it from the kingdom's perspective. Kveldulf is an elderly warrior who periodically enters violent rages, kills livestock, threatens neighbours, cannot be reasoned with or restrained. He's dangerous to civilians, ungovernable by law, and refuses to stop. What's the kingdom supposed to do? Tolerate him terrorising settlements because he was useful in battles 40 years ago? Or execute him to protect civilians? The kingdom chose execution. And similar choices were being made across Scandinavia. The skills that made berserkers heroes in Viking raiding culture made them criminal threats in Christian farming settlements. The transformation happened in one generation, from sacred warrior elite to criminal outlaws hunted by their own kings. Consider the psychological devastation this must have caused. Imagine being a berserker, let's call him Ulf, born around 1000. His father was a berserker before him, celebrated in his community, rewarded with wealth and status. Ulf was trained from youth to cultivate rage, fearlessness, battle fury. He learned to enter altered states, to fight beyond pain, to become a weapon in human form. At age 20, Ulf goes raiding, one of the last major raids, maybe one of Harald Hardrada's expeditions. He performs brilliantly. He's everything his training promised. He returns home celebrated, wealthy from plunder, proud of his abilities. But by age 30, the world has changed. No more raids. Norway is at peace, governed by Christian kings enforcing law. Ulf still has the battle. Rage. It's not something you turn off, it's who he is. He gets into a dispute with a neighbour over land boundaries. The rage comes. He beats the neighbour nearly to death. The king's law says this is crime. Ulf is arrested. He tries to explain, I'm a berserker. This is what we do. This is what you trained me to do. This is what you rewarded me for. The response, that was war. This is peace. You're a criminal now. Ulf is executed or outlawed. Dies confused, betrayed. Unable to understand how the skills his culture valued became capital crimes in a decade. His son won't be trained as berserker. Too dangerous, too illegal, too useless in peace. The lineage ends. The skill set dies. Within one generation, berserkers vanish from Scandinavia. The historical record supports this pattern. Mentions of berserkers in sources decline through the 11th century and virtually disappear by 1100. They didn't naturally die out. They were systematically eliminated by Christian kingdoms that couldn't accommodate them. The culture killed its own elite warriors because those warriors had become incompatible with the culture's new form. There's profound irony here. Vikings built kingdoms, then criminalized the Viking qualities that had built those kingdoms. They created political structures requiring peace, then discovered that warriors bred for violence couldn't function in peace. So they eliminated the warriors. They chose kingdoms over warriors, civilization over berserkers, peace over the culture that had created them. The reflection is stark. Civilizations kill their own warriors once the fighting's done. The attributes useful in conquest become crimes in administration. Vikings discovered this by becoming civilized. They built the cage, then filled it with laws that made their own ancestors illegal, then executed anyone who still embodied the old ways. Berserkers were the purest expression of Viking warrior culture, completely dedicated to violence, fearless, sacred to Odin, the shock troops of Viking expansion. And Christian Viking kingdoms hunted them to extinction within 50 years. That tells you everything about what Vikings had become. They'd chosen law over chaos, Christ over Odin, peace over glory. And those choices meant killing anyone who still embodied the old values. By 1100, there were no berserkers left. Not because they'd all died in battle, because they'd been executed by their own people for being what their culture had trained them to be. The last berserkers died confused, betrayed, criminalized, unable to understand why sacred warrior status had become capital crime. When your culture criminalizes its own defining attributes, the culture is already dead. It's just executing the corpse. But berserkers weren't the only thing being eliminated. The entire demographic structure of Viking society was transforming in ways that made expansion impossible. Let's examine the arithmetic of cultural dissolution. Chapter 22. The arithmetic of dissolution. Cultures require specific demographic structures to sustain specific behaviours. Viking expansion required large populations of young men willing to risk death for wealth and reputation. Settled farming requires different demographics, balanced gender ratios, older median ages, family-focused behaviour. When Viking populations demographically transformed from expansion demographics to farming demographics, the culture could no longer do what had defined it. Let's examine the numbers because the mathematics are brutal and revealing. Viking expansion, the raids, settlements, expeditions of the 9th and 10th centuries required that significant percentages of young men were available for high-risk military activity. Estimates vary, but saga literature and archaeological evidence suggest that in peak Viking Age Scandinavia, perhaps 20–30% of young adult males were participating in raids or expeditions at any given time. This is an extraordinary number. Think about what it means. Nearly 1 in 3 young men absent from home, engaged in raiding, potentially dying. For this to be sustainable, you need specific demographic conditions, high birth rates to replace casualties, cultural systems that channel young males toward raiding, economic structures that reward raiding more than farming. By the mid-11th century, all 3 conditions had disappeared. Birth rates in Christianized Viking settlements actually declined. Church-endorsed marriage patterns, later marriage ages, Christian sexual restrictions all reduced fertility. Cultural systems now channeled young males toward farming, trade, and priesthood rather than raiding. Economic structures made farming more profitable than raiding, or more accurately, made raiding unprofitable while farming remained viable. The result shows in the numbers. By 1050, probably fewer than 5% of Scandinavian young men were engaged in raiding or military expeditions at any given time. That's a collapse from 20–30% to 5%, a decline of 75–85% in the demographic base of Viking military power. But the transformation was deeper than just percentages. The type of men participating changed. In the 9th century, Viking raiders were volunteers, ambitious, risk-seeking, glory-seeking young men choosing raiding as a path to wealth and status. By the 11th century, Scandinavian warriors were increasingly professional soldiers serving kings, men who fought because it was their job, not their choice. The difference is profound. Volunteer raiders self-select for courage, ambition, and risk tolerance. Professional soldiers serve for pay and follow orders. The cultural outputs are completely different. Viking Age expansion was driven by tens of thousands of ambitious volunteers taking initiative. 11th century Scandinavian military was composed of thousands of professional soldiers waiting for royal orders. Here's the dark reveal. You can't expand empires with professional soldiers serving defensive kings. You need volunteers seeking glory. When Viking culture stopped producing glory-seeking volunteers, it stopped being able to expand. The demographic transformation killed the culture by changing the type of men available for military service. Let me show you what this looked like demographically. A typical Norwegian district in 850 might have 200 households, perhaps 1,000 total people. Of those, maybe 100 young men of raiding age, 15–30 years old. Of those 100, perhaps 25–30 would be active raiders at any given time, going on expeditions, seeking wealth and reputation, risking death for glory. The same district in 1050 still has 200 households, still about 1,000 people. But now Christianity has changed marriage patterns. People marry later, have fewer children. The 100 young men of military age are mostly farmers, fewer available for military service. Maybe 5 men serve in the king's forces professionally. 0 are volunteer raiders. The demographic pool for raiding has collapsed from 25 to 30 men per district to 0. Multiply across all of Scandinavia, and you've lost the tens of thousands of volunteers who made Viking expansion possible. They're still there, those young men, but they're farmers now, or craftsmen, or training for priesthood. They're not raiders. The culture stopped producing the human capital it needed to be Viking. The gender ratio shift matters too. In Viking Age Scandinavia, significant gender imbalances existed because young men departed on raids and many didn't return. This created surplus young women, which reinforced raiding culture. Men raided partially to acquire wealth needed to marry in a competitive marriage market. But as raiding declined, gender ratios normalised. With balanced gender ratios, the competitive pressure to raid for marriage wealth disappeared. Young men could marry locally without needing plunder from abroad. This removed one of the economic incentives for raiding. The age structure also shifted. Viking Age populations were young. High birth rates, high mortality, short life expectancies. Young populations are aggressive, expansionist, risk-tolerant. As Viking settlements stabilised, populations aged. Lower mortality, longer life expectancies, more elderly. Older populations are conservative, risk-averse, focused on preserving rather than acquiring. By 1100, Scandinavia had a population structure incompatible with Viking expansion. Too few young men, too many elderly, too balanced gender ratios, too much risk aversion. The demographic arithmetic no longer supported raiding culture. Consider one more demographic factor: child-rearing investment. In raiding culture, children are cheap. High infant mortality means you don't invest heavily in individual children, you have many and accept losses. In settled Christian culture, children are expensive. You invest heavily in each child's education, marriage prospects, future. High investment parenting is incompatible with high-risk activities. Parents who've invested heavily in raising a son don't send him raiding where he might die. Christian Viking parents invested heavily in children. This was partly religious. Christian doctrine values each soul, partly economic. Farming requires skilled labour, so educating children pays off. But the consequence was that parents became unwilling to risk their sons' lives in raiding. The demographic strategy shifted from quantity to quality, and quality-focused demographics don't support high-casualty military expansion. The numbers crystallise the transformation. Viking Age Scandinavia. High birth rates, high mortality, young population, gender imbalances, many young men available for raiding. Settled Christian Scandinavia. Moderate birth rates, lower mortality, ageing population, balanced gender ratios, few young men available for military service. The culture had optimised itself out of Viking behaviour. Every rational demographic choice: marry later, invest in children, prefer lower mortality, live longer, aggregated into demographic structure incompatible with raiding culture. You can't be Vikings with these demographics. The math doesn't work. The reflection is uncomfortable. Cultures can breed themselves out of their own traditions. Vikings didn't consciously choose to stop producing warriors. They chose Christianity, settled farming, and family structures that happened to not produce warriors. The demographic consequences followed from those choices. Within 3 generations, they'd created population structures that couldn't sustain Viking behaviour, even if they'd wanted to. By 1050, the demographic reality was clear. Scandinavia no longer produced sufficient young men willing to risk death for glory. The culture had demographically transformed into something incompatible with its own traditions. The arithmetic of dissolution was complete. But even if demographics had somehow remained favourable, there was one final crushing irony to acknowledge. When Vikings finally conquered England in 1066, it was proof they were no longer Vikings. Let's examine that paradox. Chapter 23. The Norman Conquest as Viking Suicide, October 14th, 1066. Battle of Hastings. William the Conqueror, Duke of Normandy, defeats Harold Godwinson and conquers England. This is taught as the Norman conquest, and it is, but it's also the ultimate proof that Vikings had ceased to be Vikings, because William was of Viking descent and succeeded by using everything Vikings had abandoned. William the Conqueror's great-great-great-grandfather was Rollo, the Viking leader who received Normandy in 911. William was genetically Viking, but everything about his conquest demonstrates that he'd become something entirely different. Let's examine what William used to conquer England, because the list is a catalogue of everything Vikings had abandoned: castles, cavalry, feudal organisation, Christian legitimacy, diplomatic preparation, and political sophistication. He succeeded not by being Viking, but by being thoroughly un-Viking. Castles first. William's conquest strategy centred on rapid castle construction. He brought prefabricated wooden castle components on his invasion fleet. Within weeks of landing, he'd built multiple fortifications. After Hastings, he immediately began building the Tower of London, a massive stone fortress designed to dominate the city. His control over England was maintained through castle networks. This is the exact opposite of Viking strategy. Vikings avoided fortifications. They were mobile raiders who bypassed castles. William conquered through fortifications. He was a territorial ruler who controlled land through static defences. The strategic philosophy was inverted. Cavalry next. Norman forces at Hastings relied heavily on mounted knights, armoured cavalry that could charge, withdraw, manoeuvre. This was feudal military technology Vikings had never mastered. Viking forces fought on foot, used shield walls, emphasised individual warrior prowess. Norman forces fought as coordinated cavalry units, emphasised tactical discipline and combined arms. The difference represents complete military cultural transformation. Vikings were infantry warriors who occasionally used horses for transport. Normans were cavalry-focused feudal armies who'd adopted continental European military systems wholesale. Feudal organisation. William conquered England through feudal levies. He called upon vassals who owed him military service, who in turn called upon their vassals. This was the system Vikings had originally raided against. The system Harold Fairhair had fatally imported to Norway. William used it perfectly. He conquered England, then immediately divided it among Norman lords as feudal fiefs, creating a political structure that locked England into European feudalism for centuries. Christian legitimacy. William didn't invade England as a pagan raider seeking plunder. He invaded with papal blessing, claiming legitimate succession rights, framing his conquest as religiously sanctioned. He carried a papal banner at Hastings. After conquering, he immediately began replacing English bishops with Norman ones, integrating England into European church hierarchy. This was Christian political warfare, using religious legitimacy as a weapon. Vikings had raided churches. William conquered with church approval. The transformation was total. Diplomatic preparation. William's conquest was preceded by years of diplomatic manoeuvring, securing alliances with Flanders, getting papal approval, negotiating with other European powers to ensure they wouldn't interfere. This was sophisticated statecraft of the kind Vikings never practiced. Vikings launched raids. William launched a meticulously prepared campaign with international political cover. Here's the dark reveal that should make you pause. William's success proved that Viking tactics were obsolete. If William had used Viking methods, showing up with ships, raiding for plunder, attempting to terrorize England into submission, he would have failed. England had learned to counter those tactics, but William used castles, cavalry, feudalism, Christian legitimacy, and diplomatic sophistication. Those worked. They worked because they were everything Vikings weren't. The ultimate irony is that William conquered England, the achievement every Viking king from the 9th through 11th centuries had attempted, by not being Viking, by being French, by adopting continental European systems completely. by abandoning every attribute of his Viking ancestors except genetic descent. Let me crystallise this through a thought experiment. Imagine Harold Hardrada and William the Conqueror meeting before their respective invasions of England in 1066. They're both of Viking descent, both have Norse great-great-great-grandfathers, but look at what they represent. Harold uses long ships, relies on shock tactics, leads from the front, expects personal combat, has no siege equipment, brings no cavalry, operates with minimal political preparation, expects to win through warrior courage and mobility. William uses transport ships plus cavalry, relies on coordinated tactics, commands from positions where he can control battle flow, brings siege equipment, operates with heavy cavalry as primary force, has spent years in diplomatic preparation, expects to win through systematic conquest and political consolidation. Harold loses. William wins. The difference between them is the difference between 9th century Viking warfare and 11th century European warfare. William is Viking genetically but European culturally, and European culture has surpassed Viking culture militarily, politically and strategically. There's brutal poetry in the timing. 3 weeks separate the battles. September 25th, Harold Hardrada dies at Stamford Bridge attempting to conquer England using Viking tactics. October 14th, William the Conqueror wins at Hastings conquering England using European tactics. The Viking Age ends, and European feudalism triumphs within 20 days, both conducted partially by men of Viking descent. The reflection should trouble anyone who thinks about cultural evolution. Cultures that fail to evolve get replaced by their own descendants who evolved differently. William succeeded where Harold failed, not despite being of Viking descent, but because he'd abandoned Viking culture. His Norman culture had evolved beyond Viking limitations. His success was proof that Vikings needed to stop being Vikings to succeed in the 11th century. The people who conquered England in 1066 were genetically Viking, but culturally they were the negation of everything Viking culture valued. They built castles, not ships, used cavalry, not shield walls, fought for feudal territory, not portable plunder, operated with papal blessing, not pagan gods, and succeeded through everything Vikings had failed to adapt to. William's victory was Viking genetic heritage succeeding through Viking cultural extinction. He won because he wasn't Viking anymore. His ancestors became what they conquered, and in becoming that, they gained the capability to conquer what their ancestors couldn't. The Norman conquest should be understood as Viking suicide by cultural transformation. The people who succeeded were descendants of Vikings, but they succeeded by abandoning Viking culture and adopting the culture of their victims. They became what they conquered, and what they became could conquer what they'd been unable to conquer as Vikings. This is how cultures die. Not through genetic replacement, but through cultural transformation. The genes remained. Norman nobility was partly Viking descended, but the culture vanished. Normans weren't Vikings in any meaningful sense, and Normans succeeded precisely because they weren't Vikings, because they'd learned what Vikings never learned, adapted what Vikings never adapted, become what Vikings refused to become. By 1066, the last real Vikings were dead at Stamford Bridge. The people conquering England from Normandy were something else, something evolved, something that had learned the fatal lesson. To succeed in the New World, you had to stop being Viking, but of course by the time this lesson was clear it was too late. The transformation wasn't chosen. It was stumbled into through thousands of small decisions. Let's examine that cascade of choices. Chapter 24. The choice they didn't know they were making. Here's the tragedy at the heart of Viking cultural extinction. No one chose it. There was no council where Vikings decided, let's stop being Vikings. There was no moment of conscious cultural suicide. Instead, there were thousands of micro-decisions over 2 centuries, each rational in isolation, collectively fatal. Accept this trade agreement. It requires Christian baptism. Marry this princess, it secures diplomatic alliance. Build this house, stone foundations last longer. Send your son to monastery school, literacy is valuable. Settle this land, farming is profitable. Swear this oath, the king offers protection. Each choice made sense. Each choice was optimal for the individual making it, and collectively they deleted the culture. This is how cultural extinction usually happens, not through dramatic defeats or forced assimilation, but through reasonable people making reasonable choices that aggregate into unreasonable outcomes. No individual Viking destroyed Viking culture, but every Viking who made the rational choice to settle, Christianize, feudalize, or prioritize children's safety over cultural continuity contributed to the aggregate outcome: extinction. Let's trace the decision tree to show how this worked. Imagine a Danish warrior in 920. We'll call him Orm. Orm has choices. Choice 1. Continue raiding or accept land in England as settlement. Raiding. Uncertain returns, high risk, decreasing profitability as defences improve. Settlement. Guaranteed land. Political legitimacy, lower risk, potential for prosperity. Orm chooses settlement. This is rational. Most men in his position chose similarly. Choice 2. Maintain pagan practices or convert to Christianity. Paganism, traditional, culturally comfortable but isolating. Can't trade with Christian kingdoms, can't marry Christian nobility, losing social acceptability. Christianity opens trade networks, diplomatic options, marriage alliances, and it's just adopting new god names, right? Core life doesn't change. Orm chooses Christianity. This is rational. Most men in his position chose similarly. Choice 3. Raise sons as warriors or farmers. Warriors, traditional, prestigious but dangerous. High mortality, decreasing opportunities for raiding, less economic value in peacetime. Farmers, safer, more economically productive, better marriage prospects, and you're farming now anyway, so sons need farming skills. Orm chooses farmers. This is rational. Most men in his position chose similarly. Choice 4. Maintain ships or invest in land improvements. Ships, expensive to maintain, decreasing utility, not raiding anymore, capital intensive. Land, permanent appreciating asset, generates ongoing returns, lower maintenance. Orm chooses land improvements. This is rational. Most men in his position chose similarly. 4 choices, each rational, each optimal given circumstances. And through these 4 choices, Orm has transformed from Viking raider to English Christian farmer. He didn't choose to stop being Viking, he chose settlement, Christianity, farming, and land investment. The cultural transformation was an emergent property of rational individual choices. Multiply Orm by thousands, each making similar choices for similar reasons, each individually rational. Collectively, they're deleting their culture, and no one sees it happening because each choice is local, immediate, reasonable. Here's the dark reveal that should haunt anyone thinking about cultural preservation. Individual rationality can produce collective irrationality. Every Viking making optimal individual choices resulted in the culture making a collectively fatal choice to stop being Viking. But the culture never chose. The choices were emergent from individual decisions. This is why no one could stop it. There was no lever to pull, no decision to reverse. You couldn't tell Orm, don't settle, don't Christianize, don't prioritize your son's safety, don't invest in land. Those would be irrational individual choices. Orm would correctly ignore such advice. He'd be worse off following it. But if everyone follows the rational individual advice, settle, Christianize, prioritize safety, invest in land, the culture disappears. This is a collective action problem. What's optimal for individuals is fatal for the culture, and individuals generally choose what's optimal for themselves, not what's optimal for abstract cultural continuity. Let me give you a specific historical example that captures this perfectly. In the Landnámabók, the book of settlements describing Iceland's colonisation, there's an entry about Helgi the Lean. Helgi was raised Christian, but believed in Thor for sea voyages and hard situations. This was incredibly common in early Christian Vikings, selective Christianity. Accept Christ for trade and politics, but keep Thor handy for when you need real help. This seems like compromise, maintaining both traditions. But consider what happens over generations. Helgi's son is raised Christian, mentions Thor occasionally but mainly relies on Christ. Helgi's grandson knows Thor only from stories, is fully Christian, finds grandfather's dual faith strange. By Helgi's great-grandson, Thor is forgotten mythology. The compromise was actually transitional, a generation-long holding pattern before full conversion. Helgi thought he was preserving both traditions. He was actually presiding over the death of one. But his choice was rational. Christianity offered advantages. Thor offered cultural comfort. His son's increased Christianity was rational. Better to be fully Christian than strange hybrid. His grandson's complete Christianity was rational. No point maintaining traditions that have no social utility. 3 generations, each making rational adjustments, and paganism vanishes. No one chose to delete Thor. They chose rational adaptations to changing circumstances. The deletion was emergent. This is the tragedy. Vikings couldn't see the pattern because they lived inside it. Each generation made rational adjustments to current conditions. No one could see that the adjustments aggregated into cultural transformation. By the time the pattern was visible, by the time someone could say, "We're not Vikings anymore," it was too late. The transformation was complete. There's a particular poignancy in the fact that saga literature, written down in 12th or 13th century Iceland, was an attempt to preserve the culture after it was already gone. Icelandic scribes, Christian monks, writing in Old Norse that had evolved beyond Viking Age Norse, recording stories about pagan warriors whose worldview they couldn't fully access, trying to preserve what their great-grandparents had chosen to abandon. The sagas are cultural taxidermy, stuffing and mounting a culture that was already dead, creating the illusion of life for a creature that had stopped breathing generations earlier. The reflection should trouble anyone involved in cultural preservation. You can't preserve cultures through individual rational choices because individual rationality tends toward cultural conformity. Vikings who chose to be different, who rejected Christianity, settlement, farming, feudalism, were outliers, weirdos, failures. The culture awarded conformity to new norms. It punished maintenance of old norms. So old norms died. You can't stop emergent cultural extinction through individual choices, because the choices that preserve culture are often individually irrational, telling. Orm to reject land, Christianity, safety and prosperity to maintain Viking culture is asking him to sacrifice everything for abstract cultural continuity. Most people won't make that sacrifice, so most people chose adaptation over preservation. An adaptation, iterated across generations, is extinction. The Viking fatal mistake wasn't a mistake. It was 1,000 rational choices. That's what makes it tragic. They didn't fail through stupidity or cowardice or weakness. They failed through reasonable people making reasonable decisions that aggregated into unreasonable outcomes. By the time anyone could articulate what was happening, we're not Vikings anymore. The choices that caused it were decades past, made by people now dead, irreversible. The culture had dissolved while everyone was busy making rational individual decisions. This is how cultures die, not through dramatic defeats but through reasonable choices, not through external conquest but through internal adaptation, not through anyone choosing extinction but through everyone choosing optimization. Vikings optimized themselves out of existence, one reasonable decision at a time. But perhaps we should ask, who was the last Viking? When did the last one die? Or had that already happened long before anyone noticed? Let's examine the impossibility of that question. Chapter 25. the last Viking. Who was the last Viking? This should be a simple historical question. It's not. It might be the most impossible question in medieval history, because by the time you could identify someone as the last Viking, Vikings had already ceased to exist in any meaningful sense. Was it Harold Hardrada, dying at Stamford Bridge in 1066? He lived the life, fought across the Mediterranean, served in the Varangian Guard, raided throughout Scandinavia, died attempting to conquer England. He embodied Viking culture as fully as anyone in the 11th century could. When he died, saga-style Viking warrior kingship died with him. But Harold Hardrada was leading a Norwegian feudal army using outdated tactics against an England that had learned to counter him. He was a historical curiosity even in his own time, a throwback to an earlier age, impressive but obsolete. Was he really Viking, or was he a Norwegian king cosplaying as Viking? Was it some anonymous Icelandic farmer in the 1120s, still speaking Old Norse, still practicing thing assemblies, still living something resembling Viking Age culture? Iceland preserved old ways longer than anywhere else. No kings, minimal Christianity initially, maintained oral tradition. Maybe the last real Viking was an Icelander who died unmourned and unrecorded. The last speaker of a dying language, the last believer in a forgotten worldview. But by the 1120s, even Iceland was Christianized, politically structured, settled. The farmers there were farmers, not raiders. They spoke Old Norse but had never raided, never crossed oceans seeking glory, never lived the mobile life that defined early Viking culture. Were they Vikings, or just Scandinavian farmers with Viking ancestry? Was it one of the last Greenland settlers, dying in isolation sometime in the 1440s? Greenland Vikings maintained Norse culture longest. Cut off from Europe, they couldn't integrate into Christianity or feudalism as completely. They lived in stone buildings built by their ancestors, wearing Norse-style clothing, speaking some evolution of Old Norse, practicing what they remembered of the Norse culture. Maybe one of them was technically the last Viking, the last person living something resembling Viking culture, dying alone in the Arctic, unknown and unmourned. But we've already established that Greenland Vikings were trapped, starving, dying. They weren't raiders or explorers. They were victims of their ancestors' mistakes, clinging to survival in an uninhabitable land. Were they Vikings, or just corpses that hadn't finished dying yet? Here's the dark reveal. The question, who was the last Viking, is impossible because Viking stopped being a coherent category before it stopped being an identity. By the 11th century, Viking meant different things to different people. To some, it meant Scandinavian ethnicity. To others, maritime raiding behaviour. To others, pagan religion. To others, specific political structures. As those meanings diverged, Viking became incoherent. You had Scandinavian Christians who'd never raided, English pagans who did raid, Norwegian kings who commanded feudal armies, Norman nobles genetically Viking but culturally French. Which of these were Vikings? All of them? None of them? The category had dissolved. Probably no one noticed when the last Viking died, because by then, no one could agree what Viking meant. The culture didn't end on a specific date. It faded, transformed, became historical category rather than living identity. It died the way languages die, the way traditions die, the way all cultural categories eventually die. Through gradual irrelevance, through transformation into something else, through no one being able to point to when it ended because the ending was process, not event. Let me paint you a scene, pure speculation, but representative of what probably happened hundreds of times. An elderly man in Iceland, will date him to 1120s. His grandfather raided England in his youth before settling in Iceland. His father grew up hearing those stories. The man himself has heard them his whole life. Tales of raids, glory, adventure, violence. A world that seems impossibly distant and strange. He's telling these stories to his great-grandchildren. They're polite, listening, but they don't understand. They can't imagine why anyone would want to raid churches, why violence was glorious, why you'd risk death for reputation. They're Christian farmers. Their world is thing assemblies and agricultural rhythms and biblical verses. Their great-grandfathers' stories sound like mythology, entertaining but unreal. The old man sees their incomprehension. He realises he's the last link, the last person who heard these stories from someone who lived them. When he dies, the living memory dies. All that will remain are sagas, written down by Christian monks, recorded in a language that's already evolving past comprehension, preserving a culture that exists only as historical artifact. Maybe he's the last Viking, the last person who felt Viking culture as living reality rather than historical curiosity. Or maybe the last Viking died 2 generations earlier. Or maybe Vikings stopped existing a century before that, and everyone afterward was just playing out the final act of a show that had ended long before. The tragedy is that we can't know. Cultural death isn't like biological death. There's no moment of expiration, no final breath, no corpse to bury. Cultures dissolve into other cultures, transform into descendant forms, become historical categories studied by people who can't imagine living that way. The last Roman thought he was Roman even as Rome fell. The last Viking thought he was Viking even as Viking culture evaporated around him. Here's the reflection that should haunt us. The present always buries the past, usually without noticing. We live through cultural transformations without recognising them as endings. Somewhere, sometime, probably in the late 11th or early 12th century, someone who considered himself Viking died, and he was the last person who could claim that identity with any validity. And no one noticed, no one recorded it, no one mourned it. Life continued, the world moved on, and Viking became a historical term for a culture that no longer existed. The fatal mistake wasn't a mistake, it was the inevitable arc of successful cultures. Vikings won. They conquered territories, gained wealth, established kingdoms, integrated into European civilization. Winning meant transforming into what they'd conquered. Success meant extinction. They died because they won. And maybe that's the real answer to who was the last Viking? The last Viking was the last person who could have raided but chose not to, who could have maintained the old ways but chose adaptation, who could have preserved the culture but chose individual optimization instead. The last Viking was every Viking who chose settlement over ships, Christianity over Odin, farming over raiding, sun's safety over cultural continuity. They all made rational choices. The culture died anyway. That's the answer. The last Viking was everyone who chose to stop being Viking, which was almost everyone, over 2 centuries through thousands of reasonable decisions. And when the last person died, who even remembered what it meant to be Viking, not the historical facts which the sagas preserved, but the lived experience, the embodied knowledge, the cultural assumptions, when that person died, probably in obscurity, probably unknown to history, the Viking Age ended. It didn't end at Stamford Bridge in 1066. That was just theatre, the dramatic staging of a death that had happened gradually over the previous 2 centuries. The culture died the way cultures die, quietly, through reasonable people making reasonable choices, through children who couldn't understand their grandparents' stories, through languages evolving past comprehension, through no one noticing until it was too late to notice. The last Viking died unmourned, because by the time he died, no one could agree he'd ever existed. And maybe that's the most Viking ending possible, vanishing into history without anyone noticing, the way Vikings had appeared in history centuries before, unexpected, incomprehensible, leaving only destruction and questions and stories that might not be true. There are no Vikings left. There haven't been for 900 years. All that remains are sagas, ruins, and us, wondering what it meant, how it ended, and whether they knew they were dying. They didn't. That's why they died. And so we reach the end of this long, exhaustive examination of Viking cultural suicide. We've traced the path from longships to stone houses, From Odin to Christ, from raiders to farmers, from mobility to permanence, from glory to survival, from Vikings to Europeans. 273 years of dominance, followed by gradual dissolution into the very cultures they'd conquered. The fatal mistake, as we've seen, wasn't a single decision. It was settlement. It was Christianization. It was feudalization. It was intermarriage. It was choosing permanence over mobility, kingdoms over raids, walls over ships, safety over glory. It was every rational choice aggregating into cultural extinction. But here's what we should carry forward from these many hours together. This is how cultures usually die. Not through catastrophic defeat. Those are rare and dramatic and memorable. Most cultures die the way Vikings died. Through success, through integration, through reasonable people making reasonable decisions that collectively delete their own traditions, through choosing optimization over preservation, through winning in ways that make you become what you defeated. And yet, there's something more we should acknowledge. A certain irony in how thoroughly Viking culture was deleted and yet how present it remains. The English language you're hearing right now contains hundreds of Norse loanwords. The parliamentary systems of Iceland and Britain trace to thing assemblies. The medieval kingdoms of Europe were shaped by Viking invasions and settlements. The exploration of the North Atlantic, Iceland, Greenland, briefly North America, was Viking achievement that expanded human geographic knowledge. But these are legacies, not continuations. They're what Vikings left behind, not what Vikings remained. The culture itself, the lived experience of being Viking, the worldview, the values, the unthinking assumptions about how life should be lived, that's gone, extinct, as dead as Latin as a living language, as dead as the Roman political system, as dead as any ancient culture that dissolved into successor states. And perhaps that's fitting. Viking culture was a culture of endings. They ended monasteries, ended kingdoms, ended lives, ended the illusion of safety. Maybe their own ending was just the final act of their drama, destroying themselves as thoroughly as they'd destroyed others, leaving behind only stories, ruins, and lingering questions about what they were and why they vanished. If you've made it this far, dear listener, and I hope you have, though perhaps you've drifted into sleep somewhere along the way, which is perfectly fine, that's what this content is designed for, then you've witnessed what extinction looks like from the inside. You've seen a culture commit suicide in slow motion, one reasonable decision at a time, without anyone noticing it was happening until it had already happened. The reflection I'll leave you with is this: uniqueness is temporary. Whatever makes you special, if it's based on knowledge or technique or culture, can be copied or made obsolete, or simply abandoned for something better. Vikings were unique for 2 centuries. Then they weren't. The world learned their lessons, adopted their techniques and moved on. And Vikings, trying to keep up, transformed into what they'd been fighting, and in that transformation ceased to exist. This is not a tragedy. It's not a failure. It's just what happens. Cultures are temporary. The people remain. Scandinavians didn't disappear. They just stopped being Vikings. The genes continue. Norman nobility, English families with Danish surnames, Icelanders, all carry Viking genetic heritage. But the culture, the lived experience of being Viking, that's gone. And it's not coming back. So as you drift towards sleep, or as you go about your day, or whatever time you're hearing this, remember, everything ends. Cultures, empires, ways of life, traditions, languages, all of it eventually ends. Vikings lasted 273 years from first raid to final defeat. That's longer than the United States has existed. It's a respectable run. But they ended. They made choices, reasonable, rational, individually optimal choices that collectively deleted their culture. And they did it without realizing what they were doing, which is how most cultural extinction happens. Through reasonable people doing reasonable things that aggregate into unreasonable outcomes. The fatal mistake that destroyed the Viking Empire was choosing to become civilized. Everything else followed from that, And civilization won because civilization always wins. It's more stable, more productive, more sustainable than raiding culture. But winning meant Vikings stopped being Vikings. Success was extinction. And maybe that's the final lesson. You can't have it both ways. You can't be raiders and farmers, pagans and Christians, mobile and settled, anti-fragile and civilized. Vikings tried. For 2 centuries they tried to maintain both identities. Eventually they had to choose. They chose civilization. In choosing civilization, they chose to stop being Vikings. It was the right choice, probably. Civilization is better for most people. More food, less violence, longer lives, more opportunities. But it wasn't Viking. And you can't be civilized Vikings. The 2 things are mutually exclusive. So Vikings disappeared into European civilization. Like salt dissolving into water, the particles remain, but the distinct identity vanishes. And 900 years later, we're left with sagas and ruins and questions about what they were and why they vanished. The answer is, they chose to vanish. Not consciously, not deliberately, but through thousands of choices over 2 centuries. They chose permanence over mobility. They chose Christ over Odin. They chose kingdoms over raids. They chose survival over glory. And those choices, aggregated, were the fatal mistake that destroyed the Viking Empire. Thank you for joining me on this long journey through the unglamorous death of a culture. I hope you found it interesting or at least sleep-inducing, which is an equally valid outcome. If you appreciated this exhaustive examination of historical reality, I gently encourage you to subscribe, to like, to share, but no pressure. And if you're falling asleep right now, that's perfect. That's what this is for. Let these thoughts about Vikings and extinction and cultural suicide drift through your mind as you settle into rest. Let the details blur and fade. Let sleep come. The Vikings are gone. They've been gone for 900 years. All that remains are stories. And as you drift into sleep, you're hearing one of those stories. The story of how they died. Not in glory, not in battle, but in stone houses and Christian churches and agricultural fields, choosing to become something else, something safer, something civilized, something that wasn't Viking at all. Sleep well, dear listener. The Vikings won't raid tonight. They haven't raided for 9 centuries. All that's left is history, and history can't hurt you. It can only teach you if you're awake to listen, or lull you to sleep if that's what you need. Either way, thank you for being here. Good night, or good day. Wherever you are, whatever time it finds you, may you rest well. The Vikings are dead. Long live the Vikings, or rather, long live the memory of Vikings, or rather, long live the sagas about Vikings, or rather, sleep well.